Yeah, sure. We look forward to a good game today. For us, it's just about continuous improvement. And again, we're really happy to be back out on the football field.
6 points. After you lost your first game, what lessons have you learned? You seem to have learned some lessons there.
Not so much that we've learned. Not so much that we learned lessons. It's more that we know that we were a bit underprepared. And obviously, the way our philosophy works, we look at the games that we play and we look at what would have been the biggest problem and we try to fix it in training before the next game. So that's basically what we do.
What can we expect today?
Hopefully a good performance and hopefully a victory.
Thanks very much, Coach.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Coach.
And we just spoke with Richard Hill, in fact, the coach of police. We'll take a break and we'll come back with much more right here on Sportsmax.
Big months equaling some of the biggest properties in the world of sport: athletics, cricket, basketball, horse racing, and football from July to December. Don't miss a start, a wicket, a point, a furlong, or a goal. The Commonwealth Games, Caribbean Premier League, the return of schoolboy football, NBA. All live and coming to you on your home of champions.
Searching for a place to escape it all? Say no more. We've got luxurious accommodations, the best views for a one-of-a-kind experience, and the locals aren't too bad either. It's a whole vibe, and Sportsmax got you covered all season. Don't miss any of the action.
Oh my goodness!
Enjoy exclusive access.
Here's Curry for the record. It's good!
Only here on your home of champions.
Love and happiness.
Me have the right thing for you.
Harry, what happened to you?
Black Stallion, the bedroom tonic. Get a box today at gas stations island-wide. Bring out the stallion in you.
Tournament, Police FC, they're coming up against Real Westford. So we will see the teams and have the lineups with you in just a second. Brent Sancho alongside yours truly, James Saunders, bringing you all the action. And we spoke about the wet conditions. The rain has eased here in La Horquetta, so it's very overcast, but it's wet conditions. And Brent Sancho, he believes that ideal conditions for a first match.
Well, certainly from a defender's perspective, it's what you would want, James, and the ability to, of course, the famous slide tackle. But outside of that, yeah, I think with a little sprinkling of water on the pitch from the rain would lead for the passes, of course, with a bit more pace, and it would add, of course, to the tempo of the game as well. And we expect both teams, who ironically, James, are chasing Terminix La Horquetta Rangers at the top of the table, would want to, of course, start as the aggressor here today. We talked a little bit about the Real Westford team and some of the additions they would have made. And also, of course, Police FC with that famous victory on Sunday against Canupe FC, which would see them starting to move up the table, which puts this afternoon's fixtures as a very important one, although we are still very early within the tournament. But a very important game for both teams if they are to, of course, see themselves as challengers for this year's edition of the Ascension Football League.
Well, let's just rehash the position of these teams for all of our viewers. Police FC, of course, they are in third position on the standings with 6 points. They won their first match against Deportivo Point 14. They lost against Terminix Rangers 4-2. And their last match against Cunupia, they got a 2-1 victory, and that keeps them third in the standings, just behind the leaders Terminix Rangers, who will be playing the second match this evening. And Real Westford, well, not the start that they would have liked in this competition. They're currently in 6th position, but on 4 points. They've lost their opening match. Remember that 4-1 defeat to Cunupia FC. We brought that match to you here on Sportsmax. But then they rebounded 1-0 against Maruga at the Arima Velodrome, and then they got a 2-2 draw in their last week fixture against Central FC. So they're in 6th position, and Police FC in 3rd position. What do you think are the key to success for both these teams?
I think first of all for Police and the way they approach this one has to be the midfield play of Nanton in particular. He's been a tremendous find for the Lawmen. He's dictated the pace of the games when Police has been successful, and of course he has been able to build the types of attacks that Freitas, the main man up front, Kareem Freitas, has thrived on. Of course, solidity at the back with national goalkeeper Fonset. But I think in terms of keys and what is important for Police is the midfield play. It has to be at the tempo. It has to be of the kind of quality that we saw against Cunupia FC.
Well, the fans already pouring into the pavilion in La Horquetta. In just a minute, we will see the teams walk out, and we will introduce you to the lineup of these teams. Richard Hood, of course, he has led Police FC, a former national coach, and he's done a phenomenal job. And, well, the first pictures of the officials making their way out into the middle as we are mere minutes away from the start of this fixture. Nikolai Nairon will be the referee for this match, and he will be assisted by Johan Cornel and Sash Ramrup, while Joel Cox will be the 4th official. Real Westford in their green, the team from West Trinidad, a relatively new team in the competition in football in general, and they will be taking on the Police FC in their familiar grey outfit. So in a bit, we take a look at some of the lineups. Karen Cummings, how important do you think how valuable do you think he is to this Westport team?
Yeah, I think without a doubt he is the guy that they would expect tonight to step up against Police. His midfield play would be the catalyst in which Real Westport will build. We talked a lot about some of the new additions as well to this Real Westport team. It's going to be interesting to see how they integrate into this lineup. This, by all stretch of the imagination, is a very, very difficult game for Real Westport. But some of the names within there have Trinidad Tobago Professional Pro League experience, and some of has national team experience at Trinidad Tobago. So this Real Westport team, coached by, of course, my good friend Ron Laferre, I think could be, of course, a bit of a handful for Police.
Well, he spoke about national pedigree. Adrian Fonset, the goalkeeper for Police, the Trinidad and Tobago International. Just a handful of caps from Fonset, just about 12 international caps for him. He's relatively been the number 2 behind Marvin Phillips. So Police, Fonset will lead their defense in goal, and Elijah Belgrave and his experience will be relied on at the back, together with Cadian Gabriel, the former Central FC man. Former Derby Connection striker Jem Gordon is in the lineup, together with Gabriel Nanton, and they've got some pedigree in attack with Jabari Mitchell expected to lead the attack for Police FC. So the boys in grey, the Lawmen as they're called, a club that has been around for over 40 years. And they meet the newcomers, Real Westport, who will have Jack Poon Lewis in goal, the former SSFL goalkeeper. Nicholas Walker gets his way into the starting lineup, together with Cornel Thomas, the former St. Anne's Rangers man. Brandon Creed, the former T&T Youth International, is in with Karen Cummings. And Sean De Silva, the former national youth captain, and Gary Griffith III gets a place in the lineup this evening, together with Cordell Samuel, who's played all over Eastern Asia and is back with this team scoring goals.
Yeah, similar to the fixture last week, where we saw, of course, a bevy of players with national team experience, with overseas experience. It's similar here this afternoon. This is really going to lend to, of course, the environment as the teams huddle and get themselves prepared. But without a doubt, it's going to be an interesting one.
Well, I can guarantee that if anything positive should happen in attack for Westford, this pair would be involved. Cordell Samuel, a number 23. 37 years old. He's played all over Eastern Asia. Played in Thailand, Moldova, Malaysia. And hoping to get some goals this evening as Karen Cummings launches the first attack for the boys from the Western Peninsula. Jem Gordon gets it away only as far as a green shirt this time. Sean De Silva does have a long range shot on him. It's back with Westford. Just one to aim at. Cordell Samuel aimed in early, but should be easy for Fonset. And, well, he just gobbles that one up. And a very progressive start already from the boys from the West. But here comes Police pushing forward now. As this attack is broken up, we'll have a second bite at the cherry. Well marshaled by the green shield, goes out for a throw. Very hectic start already in this match. Majority of the players quite familiar with each other. Although Westford, a relatively new team, they've certainly got some players who have been around. Well, that's easily cut out. And it could be a cross in. Cornel Thomas takes no chances. Foot race on now. Can't get to Samuel. This one is hoofed back into the area. And again, the head of Cornel Thomas intervenes. Well, it's just trying to get to the pace. Neither team have really settled in this match. It's been end to end so far as Belgrade gets it away. Only as far as that man who, well, he sent it to the heavens. It's much better from long distance. Not this time, Karen Cummings.
Yeah, but always going to be a difficult one. Trying to put that very trusted left foot across his right. And, of course, at the end, it didn't trouble the national goalkeeper. Fun setting goal. Good start so far by Real Westford United. I certainly look up for this one this afternoon.
Well, Fonset is saying that he's going to go the long route. Trying to get past the early press of the Westford. Jem Gordon couldn't control. It's huffed back into the air. It's a foot race on now, and Fonset should win it. Cordell Samuel really quick off the mark. Thought he could have snuck in there. Not past the very alert Fonset. Headed away. Well intercepted by Nanton as he charges forward. Does find support out wide. He's got options to aim at. Trying to dance his way around this man here. Oh, he's done well, has he? No foul, says the referee as play continues away with Karen Cummings. And, well, Gary Griffith, the third, got his first touch of the action. It's one that's won back by his team. It's a throw. It's a very unique role that Karen Cummings is being used by this Westford team. He's coming a lot deeper, almost a registrar, rather than the number 10 that he usually occupies that role.
Well, he looked like he's obviously trying to use his experience to have some sort of impact or effect on this game. He's floating around the middle of the park, but he's not going to be useful if he holds onto the ball that long. They need him to, of course, play. A bit of petulance shown there, but yeah, I think he's been floating in and out the middle of the park from a 6 to a 10 to an 8, and a player of that quality could do that. Certainly has the intelligence football-wise.
Well, this one is sent long in the area. In search of Gary Griffith III. Well cut out. Well, already the rhythm section here in La Horquetta. Well tuned. Nice foot race here. Should get one over, deflected, and that will be a corner for Police. So they've already created some danger. Had 2 men in the area to aim at. Couldn't pick any one of them out as that one was deflected. So just inside the first 5 minutes of the match. Just going to pile the big bodies forward. Police as Nanton gets set to take this one.
This is where they're dangerous, James. They scored 2 set pieces against Canupia FC last weekend.
Well, can he find a grey shirt? Well fisted away by the goalkeeper. And really had a snatch at it there. never really connected properly as that one goes out.
Looks like Lewis with the effort, eventually putting it over the bar. But that's when they're dangerous, James. They're very eager to get into the box. They're eager. The big boys coming up to get their heads, their feet onto it, aggressive in the box. And there's no end of danger to Canupia last weekend. And I'm sure they want to, of course, do the same here to Real West Fort.
Well, they've lost it in a bad area, but that's well cut out in the end. It looked dangerous. Observe that both goalkeepers have opted more often than not to go the long route, perhaps taking no chances on the slick surface.
Well, when you see where the line of confrontation is drawn by both teams, of course, Real West Fort playing a high line as well as Police, so both teams are opting to go a bit more direct.
Well, this is a chance opening up here. Cornel Thomas, he gets rid of the danger, and the break is on if he can control it, which he can't. And, well, apologies all around, but certainly a dangerous looking counter-attack for West Fort. Jem Gordon, manhandle, but he managed to hold on to possession. Well, he's done well to get it into a dangerous area. Maybe a shot could be on. Well cut out by Walker. Push forward down the favored right-hand channel, but he didn't get his coordinates right this time around. For Police, back into the area, flicked on to Jem Gordon. Can he control it? And again, Walker gets his big boot in the way. But it goes to ground, but there's no whistle as Nanton keeps it alive.
That's a good ball.
And well held by Poon Lewis in the end. Diminutive shot stopper, but he looks very brave. Well, how will this play develop here as Gary Griffith III manhandled and loses possession.
You'd have to think at some point, James, one out of these two teams are going to settle into a rhythm and start to dictate the pace. If I was a betting man, I may think it'd be Police FC. Although Real West Fort has shown a lot of guile, as we see that lone supporter of Police FC certainly believes in what I believe. And at some point they're going to start to dictate the pace, but it's been helter-skelter so far.
Well, they held a firm grip on this one as Jem Gordon loses possession, but that's a good challenge from Belgrave to win it back. Here's Nanton. Belgrave couldn't connect with the tic-tac-toe passing, and it's away with Cummings. Well, he's so silky in possession, Karen Cummings. This keeps the movement flowing. It's cut out though. Should be easy for Cornel Thomas. It's Karen Cummings. Couldn't pick out Samuel. Kenley, long passes employed by both teams, but they're away now. Police opening up some spaces. Lewis. He tries to cut inside, and the referee says Cummings' challenge is illegal. Well, I wonder what he's saying there. Having some words with Karen Cummings. Clearly not pleased by the challenge.
I think he's a bit more surprised that he's tackled by Karen Cummings. We don't normally see him in that part of the pitch, but so far in the opening 10 minutes or so, he has certainly been everywhere in the pitch as we have another look at it, impeding the progress there of that man Lewis. It's just missing a bit of quality, James, from both teams. You know, the endeavor is there, there's certainly desire. The tempo of the game is not bad, but the quality is certainly lacking in both teams, especially from a passing point of view.
Well, Nanton changed that statistic. He's got 3 lurking grey shirts in the area. Jem Gordon, Kareem Freitas, together with the man who won the foul, Lewis. Nanton goes for goal, and Poon Lewis, well, it's comfortable as a polar bear in the Arctic. But they've struggled to get past the police press Westford. And again, that attack comes to naught as it's taken away. Well kept alive. Cabby couldn't pick out Lewis. Gary Griffith III loses possession. Dangerous area. Here's Jabari Mitchell. And just too much juice on that one into Jem Gordon, but they're connecting now. And that man is saying, keep calm, guys.
I guess when you needed a little bit more care on that pass there, overhit. The idea was correct. Jem Gordon made an incisive run into the real Westford United rear guard. As you would want to suggest from a real Westford perspective, they hope that police doesn't really get into their groove.
Well, here's Gordon. Looks dangerous. So too this man, Jabari Mitchell, the former T&T Youth International. Well, they had to be careful there. Turned him into a hurdler. But they get away the danger. Here's Sean De Silva. Hasn't been involved much and is still kept alive. Looking for Griffith. He's got lots of space ahead of him. Challenged by Lewis. Step overs. Keeps it alive. Cummings. Oh, they've burst through Sean De Silva. And, well, just tried to deny the corner, but as he kept it alive, no, it's gone out, and it will be a throw to Westford. It's a corner kick, in fact. Cummings. Can he pick out a green shirt? Not this time, but he still managed to keep it. Attempted shot, could open up for Samuel, but the flag goes up. And, well, wouldn't have counted. And I'm sure that the goalkeeper Fonset would have wished that whistle came a bit earlier, feeling the brunt of that challenge from Samuel.
Didn't look like he wanted anything to do with that, Fonset. I think he tried everything in his power to make sure he wasn't hurt. There's that man Nanton, and of course De Silva of Real Westford. Here's a good sprinkling of players that would have played, of course, at one part in time with the national setup for Trinidad and Tobago, and of course would have plied their trade in the professional league in Trinidad and Tobago as well.
Well, that man, Walker, played with FC Dallas in the MLS. He was the 43rd draft in the MLS Super Draft. 32-year-old Tobagonian making his Ascension debut. Aimed in at Cummings. The bicycle attempt. Gets it to Samuel. And a flag coming from an offside position. Not spotted, but play allowed to continue from the referee. It's long, searching. And Walker, well, his challenge, more familiar with Texas Ranger than a footballer this time around. And he's feeling the brunt of it.
Yeah, I think Walker is going to be ever present, and Kareem Freitas is going to have to get used to that, because he's an uncompromising figure and an uncompromising soul when it comes to defending.
Jabari Mitchell sends it long, testing the goalkeeper.
Should have finished, James.
Well, should have got me. Seemed to get something at the end of it, but not enough contact from Belgrave to really trouble Poon Lewis. And everybody in a green shirt is happy right now that he didn't get it on target.
Yeah, certainly should have been 1-0 there. Good flighted ball in by Jabari. And that man Belgrave, remarkably enough, he scored the corner kick against Canopia. Similar type of position, back post heading into the back of the net. Certainly didn't have that sort of direction with this one this week. Of course, there's that man, Ron Lafferty, former coach of mine.
The professor. Ron Lafferty, of course, former Trinidad and Tobago international, with 65 caps with the national senior team in his day. Gabriel. Awkward clearance back to Fonset, but it's quite comfortable dealing with those.
This is where, James, I would prefer to see police try to play out to the back. I think this is where they have to be brave and, of course, try to break the press of Real Westford United. And those aimless balls, of course, this one given away, is not going to do their cause any good. It's important that they show a bit of bravery.
Another pass cut out. Freitas looking for Gordon. It's going to be a long chase for him, but the slick conditions gets the better of it. Quickly taken. It's Cornel Thomas. Oh, that's a good turn. Really opened up some space, got De Silva ahead of him. Cut out by Belgrave. Here's Nanton. Has to hurry. Does well to get it to Gordon, who's been a terror on the left for police.
That's a good ball.
Oh, maybe just too much pep on that one. And it sent it for Samuel to chase, but tell you what, not even Usain Bolt could have gotten close. Mitchell comes deep to get involved in the build-up. Lewis again looking for that right-hand side.
That's a lot better by police, as we're talking about playing out to the back. They have to show that confidence and that bravery. That's the only way they're going to break that high press. Of course, the execution of the pass is not what you want to see. But I think overall, in terms of building out to the back and playing through the middle of the park, that's where they're successful. With the likes of Nanton on the ball, you figure that police would give themselves every opportunity. But you hope to see a little bit more of that. Not the execution of the pass at the end, though.
Oh, here's Sean De Silva. Anybody can execute, he can. Oh, that's a good look and a good shot, but, well, even better goalkeeping. Good from Fonset. Never lacked confidence. That's a foul, though, by Freitas and Cornel Thomas.
He's one of the best in the business at that, Freitas. Normally cuts a lone figure up there, but very capable of playing in that position. As we could see Cornel explaining, and of course trying to give reason for his foul. They're going to have a full night tonight with Freitas up front.
Gordon, Nanton. Well marshaled, but he gets away from the press. But that is well cut out by the lunging challenge. Must be difficult playing on surface like these, getting the pace of the surface early on.
We talked about it in the lead up to this broadcast, about the slick surface here. As you can see, of course, James, commentator's curse, sliding off the surface. The Bermuda grass surface is one. It's not like, of course, Savannah grass, which is a bit thicker and a bit more flush. Of course, a low-cut Bermuda grass with rain on top of it. And you're talking about, of course, a fast surface as we see that man Lewis.
Brendan Creed, a bit rash in his challenge there, and well, Lewis not liking any bit of it. Took his time to get off the surface. Brendan Creed, he looked as nonchalant as a candy thief in a school bazaar. That's gotta hurt, but he's back on his feet, and Jabari Mitchell takes control of this set piece. And again, floated in deep. And again, Belgrave not really connecting. The game plan is clear. The execution, however, it's been a different story.
Of course, as I mentioned, he was in fine fickle last week Sunday. He put the lawmen up against Canopia FC. He's had his chances, James. 2 balls, back post, wasn't able to connect.
Here's Gary Griffith, the third. Oh, he's gotten past one, but they step over. And, well, the referee sides in his favor. He's been compared this week in the local press to Cristiano Ronaldo, son of the former Trinidad and Tobago Police Commissioner, Gary Griffith II. Has a lot to prove, the young man, but he can't prove it here. Well cut out. Here's Mitchell.
It's close.
Walker. Oh, Griffith, nice turn from Gary Griffith. Former Fatima man, he's hacked down and no whistle. Play continues.
That's a foul.
And the whistle comes belatedly. And Arcadian Gabriel is pleading his innocence. Young man seems back to his best.
Yeah, I thought that one was certainly cause for the referee's whistle, but eventually Real Fort West would have gotten that free kick. This could be dangerous for police.
De Silva couldn't pick out Samuel. Very capable from set pieces, Sean De Silva.
That's well done by Cornell.
Excellent stuff. Walker gets Poon Lewis involved. Here's Gary Griffith III. He's on a run, looking for space. Well, he tried to be clever there, Sean De Silva. And fortune favors him as he manages to hold on to possession. His mother, of course, Nicole Griffith, former Miss T&T. She does come from a prestigious pedigree here in Trinidad and Tobago. Well, Walker has to chase here. Oh, poor decision maybe, and he's lucky to get away with it. Not sure Cornel Thomas really knew much about that pass aimed in at him.
Again here, you got to play short, you got to break the press.
Had to be quick. Here comes the police.
That's a good ball.
Jem Gordon.
Oh, I tell you what,
Ball maybe, and
it's a penalty.
Well, he's pointing. Not quite sure if it's in the area, but Brent Sancho's gaze seemed to be a lot better than me, and might have won a steamer penalty. I'm not sure for the initial challenge or the resulting handball after that.
I think it was the initial challenge. Once he took this touch inside of the defender here, the defender was always at risk of upending Jen Gordon. And that's what exactly young Raheem Jarvis did at the end. I don't think he gave the official much choice.
Well, they're absolutely spot on. It is a penalty. And Gabriel Nanton has the huge responsibility of getting past that man. And he does. 1-0 to Police FC in the 23rd minute, courtesy Gabriel Nanton. Well, he looked pretty solid until that moment, Poon Lewis, but nothing he could do about that well-taken penalty from Gabriel Nanton.
Well, it was the episode of QRC meeting CIC once again. Poon Lewis, former custodian for QRC, up against Nanton, former captain of St. Mary's College, both teams in the SSFL. Nanton coming out the winner there, and more importantly, giving this Police FC team a 1-0 lead as they hunt for more.
Maybe they can get more here. It's Lewis. Oh, that's good from Bailey. Thought about a shot for a minute, left it for Nanton.
Yeah, it never sat up for him.
Could open up on the other end. But the pass is well cut out, well read in fact, by Cameron Purcell. Oh, he's got a chase here. It's been a naughty boy giving away the penalty. And they've really struggled putting attacks together. Westport. Police press has been highly effective. They need more from that man. And oh, look at that from Cummings. Brought out the party tricks. And Police, well, look to open the door.
It's a good touch.
Nanton.
That's
Can he
a good
open up
drive.
something
That's
here?
a penalty.
And
that is a penalty.
It's another penalty. And again, the naughty corner has been the place for defenders as Another rash challenge opens another opportunity for the police.
Well, this was all down to Nanton and his driving run into the box. Getting past, of course, the Real Westford back four and putting across there for Freitas as he drives into the box. Nanton purpose puts it across the goal. And of course, that is an RFL tackle straight out of the Rugby Union League.
Well, here's a footballer, Jabari Mitchell.
That's good. Quality.
And, well, he's chosen the same corner of his predecessor, Nanton, with the same devastating results. And it's 2-0 to police. 2 goals, 2 minutes.
Well, this football game has turned on its head in the space of 5 minutes. All self-inflicted by Real Westford United. Clumsy defending in both situations. And of course, tucked into the back of the net for a 2-0 lead for Police FC.
Well, he'd be wondering what went wrong. Seen 2 goals flying in 2 minutes. Here's Gary Griffith III. Can he open something up? The flag of the official. Well, it interrupts that thought. So it's a game that really ebbed and flowed. They've huffed and they've puffed. Finally, they got a warrant to go in, the police. And they've taken a 2-goal advantage. 27 minutes played here in La Horquetta. And they want more. This time Freitas goes to ground. And they'll only get a throw.
I think that despite the purpose that Real Westford United have shown so far in this fixture, they've certainly lacked a little bit of quality when they're in possession. I think that's the only thing that's really let them down. They found themselves with the ball in decent positions, but they just haven't been able to capitalize on it. They've been good at this, pressing police, but they've got to be better when they win it back.
Samuels been chasing shadows all evening. Service to him hasn't been the best quality. Away by Walker. It's Freitas linking up well with Jabari Mitchell. Could he find Freitas? He complains that he's impeded. The referee saw no wrong. And it's away with Westford. Sean De Silva hasn't really impacted the match so far. De Silva, former Queen's Park man. Looking for Griffith.
It's a good ball.
Should be cut out. Oh, he's done well, the young man. Keeps it alive. It's Cummings. Just seems to be everywhere, Kieran Cummings. Oh, such a clever player. But he's well marshaled by the police. They've got their intelligence locked onto him. Can Freitas find a way? He does find Lewis.
A bit too heavy.
Has another opportunity to put it in a dangerous area, and that has been deflected. Will be a corner.
That has really been the story of the game so far, James. Despite the 2-0 scoreline by Police FC, I think the quality and the end result and the end product by both teams have not been sufficient. And the weather, of course, and we talked about the slick surface. I think all those ingredients have really lent to a game where possibly should have had more goals so far.
Well, here's one of the goal scorers, Nanton, in search of maybe a third. And Poon Lewis,
just good hands.
Done little wrong this evening. He's already seen 2 fly past him. Can his team repay him? In for Sean De Silva. Well cut out. Lewis. Nanton. Oh, that's a good pass. And a nice overlap from Gabriel. Can he pick out someone in the area?
Yeah, it's got to be better there. End product, James, end product.
Gary Griffith III.
He's done everything right, Gabriel. Everything right. Just needs a little bit more quality.
It's Bailey. And just too long for Belgrade. It's finding more space now as the central players have been occupying the defenders and midfielders, creating space out wide. And the quality of police just coming to the fore at the moment.
Well, the game's getting a bit stretched for Real Westford United. And their defense is quite low, while of course they're trying to squeeze police up front, but there's a big gap in the middle of the field. And the police have exploited that so far.
Or can Sean De Silva exploit some of it? And Fonset puts an end to that thought. He's come quite deep here and trying to get involved in the playmaking, and the squad needs. It's not quite to the high standard that he set for himself, Freitas. Will give Real Westford an opportunity to reset and reorganize. Well, just like that, they find themselves trailing Real Westford 2-0 to Police. Struggle to really get combinations going. Get out into the final third. Into Cordell Samuels, flicked on. Only as far as Bailey. Fonset. Much better in their build-up from Police, but they give it away yet again.
You just need to be a little bit more patient there, Nanton. It's the right idea, and that's what I've been calling for throughout this game, where they need to, of course, try to be a little bit more purposeful in their possession coming out of the back. I think Nanton just needed to be a little bit more composed.
Here's Mitchell, Jem Gordon involved. Used the space really well, Gordon.
He's got to pass it.
Again, cut out.
Nanton's breaking his lines there. Good skill.
In search of Samuel, and crossed wires, and Police happy to clear the danger. Just sense that a bit of quality is missing in the final third for Westford. Well, here's a man not short of quality. Karen Cummings wins a free kick for his team.
You have to give him credit, James. He's really putting in a shift for his team. We know the type of quality that he has, and he's certainly been everywhere in the park for Real Westford so far. Whether he can use that to impact the game, let's see.
This time, oh, that's a good ball. Gary Griffith the third, not making very good contact. Walker seemed like he wanted that one, but they have won a corner though. And young Griffith will line up to take this one. Cummings opening up a chance here. And well, they just got in each other's way, didn't they? Griffith and Walker.
Some good delivery there.
Here's Griffith. Good looking ball. On a good shot, just missing its mark. And they're coming closer, and they'll have another opportunity from yet another corner.
They're certainly getting on to the end of these things, Real Westford.
Well, they'd want to find the head of that man, Walker. Another good service from Griffith.
It's good defending.
Good technique from Griffith as well. Pinged in nice and flat. Griffith, more space. Can he get some quality in? Well, that was the aim for the Silva, but well cut out. Oh, he's done well. Keeps it alive here.
It's a good tackle.
The Silva. Oh, they picked the lock, have they? In on the left, and well, did everything right besides beat Fonset at the near post. Might have gotten a touch. And it's a corner. And just like that, Westport, they've been the one huffing and puffing.
It's that man, Rondell Gibson. That's good skill there by the young man. Thought he would have finished there. Better quality by Real Westport United.
How will the police respond? Jem Gordon, he's been lively all evening. So too Nanton. Oh, that's a pinged in ball. One back by Westport. They've got some momentum. Question is, can they keep it? And well, he's got some skill. And he's certainly keeping them busy, the police defenders. Karen Cummings with it.
Here he is again there. Bit of waltz, cha-cha-cha dancing. Jem Gordon holding on for dear life.
Oh, here's Griffith. He's got a ton load of space now to deliver a good service. Can he pick a green shirt? He does, and the Fonset cleans up easy. The header, no real threat. But they're just getting in some dangerous areas now.
I think the goalkeeper Fonset just needed to possibly hold on to it a bit longer. Game management there needed to be better. Just take this thing out of it, as Real Westport seem to be finding their own a bit. That's where I think police need to show a bit of composure. They look a bit rattled.
Yes, Cummings, he's been at the heart of everything lively for Westport. Looking for Samuel. Unlucky bonks. Beating everybody but Fonset. Just sense that he gets on the end of one of those chances. Samuel can cause a dent. Nanton. He's got Belgrave to the outside of him. Chooses to go alone. And wow, Mitchell was flying in there hoping for some scraps. No luck. And on his teammate Freitas flew in himself, but illegally, giving away a free kick. Well, it's really pouring at the moment now. Oh, can he catch this one? Oh, the answer right in front of you. Belgrave making sure that no risk to his team.
Certainly the game now seemed to have kind of pattered out a bit, James. Both teams are searching really for a bit of rhythm. It's a stop-start affair. And, both teams look very unwilling to at least play through the middle of the park.
Oh, giving away possession cheaply. Then he lost it themselves cheaply. Wrestling with a football match. Football. Teams just trading possession, but police, they've managed to hold on now. And here's Jabari Mitchell. Jem Gordon, he's got space. Got options as well. And Cornel Thomas, how often have we seen him get in the way of a dangerous looking service? I'm not sure the coach is very happy though. They have gotten some joy down the left side, but they haven't really capitalized in terms of what they've done with it. That man, Cornel Thomas, has been a rock from the T&T Youth International. Oh, can they make something happen here? Jabari Gordon, they really lead 2-0. This one is hooked away by Sean De Silva, only as far as Lewis is lost out. And they battle for this one, and that's very good strength. Cummings. Griffith. Oh, almost danced his way out of trouble there, and Gary Griffith cleaning up with a slide tackle. Well, when you've got two of your more creative players defending their corner flag, it says something about the way that your team is set up offensively, that is. Struggled offensively.
Yeah, and I think that it's really the thought process in the final third has let Real Westford down. Just a little bit more quality is needed when they are in possession. As you rightfully said, James, there's tremendous amount of talent out there for them.
Or Bailey, or Poon Lewis had to be Superman there. I think he might have been caught off guard though, but that one, it seemed to skip on him. Did well though. Oh, that's too heavy.
It's a good shot there by Bailey. Really got hold of that one. Poon Lewis with safe, strong hands to keep it out to the back of the net.
Well, he has to be alert again here, and well, he doesn't disappoint. Been beaten by 2 penalties this evening, Poon Lewis. It's Creed versus Lewis. Lewis does well, or has he? He's lost it. Cummings, nice give and go.
That's good skill.
Oh, he's gone past one, opening up some space here. Easily bodied off, but Sean De Silva comes to the rescue. Chances opening up, and not a very good service. Does have another attempt. De Silva. And well, it's gotten really messy when it's gotten to the final third. Hasn't concerned that man much.
And a lot of it has to do with the thought process, the decision making. It's just not been good enough, despite the quality that's out there. And some of it as well, James, is the options not being presented by a teammate. I think if Real Westford United could figure out that conundrum, it'd be a lot more potent on the attacking end, but certainly at the defensive end, that man in shot Cornel has been solid alongside Walker, despite the 2-goal advantage by Police.
Well, pinged in there for Freitas, and well, you mentioned Cornel Thomas, and it's like the boogeyman, you call his name and he appears. And well, it's been good news for Westford whenever he has showed up. It's a corner though for Police. Jabari Mitchell will take his time about this one. Under 3 minutes of regulation time remaining in the first half. Well, they're not shy to commit numbers forward, do Police. Looking for a third, and they found it. And how about that for a service? And with good service comes greater execution, as they've found themselves with the central defender Purcell getting his name on the score sheet. Nothing much that man could do there. Poon Lewis.
Well, it's a good ball into the box here. Well flighted. We talked about how dangerous Police FC are on set plays. And of course, I don't think the memo went out to Real Westford, because there's no way that they would have allowed that much room to Purcell to flick it into the back of the net. However, great execution, James. Good goal. Police 3-0 to the good. Maybe game, set, match. I'm not sure.
Well, he certainly might be making a petition to play more offensively. The central defender Purcell looked good putting away that header. It's not often that he gets goals, but he has gotten one for Police tonight.
And we talked about it, decision making. Of course, we talked about it offensively, but that there, decision making defensively, Real West needs to understand that Police are very good at set plays. You have to get your body across your man, you have to be tight, you have to mark, and you have to be aggressive, and they won't. If not, they were warned a couple of times before with Belgrave at the back post. They certainly never adjusted, and now eventually they were inflicted.
Sean De Silva got to turn water into wine for his team at the moment. He's one of the players they'll be relying on to dig them out of this hole. So to this man, Cummings. Well, they can't get past that roadblock. Fortunate to win it back, and then they give up a foul. So it's a free kick to Westford. Cadian Gabriel has a big smile on his face. Won't let that fool you for a minute. Take you out if he has to. So it's a chance for Westport maybe to get consolation going into halftime. Purcell getting the better there of Cornel Thomas. High into the air. Walker helps out. Has it been kept alive? Well, they've lost out on that one. It's a throw for Police. There's a man down at the moment, just out of your frame.
Looks like Gibson. Gibson.
Good news, he's back on his feet. And Kadian Gabriel can continue with the action. Nicknamed Drogba. And he did start his career as a centre forward before being shifted around. He's a utility player. A couple of caps with the Trinidad and Tobago national senior team. Did play for Central FC, your team, Brent Sancho.
Yeah, good servant to Central FC. Won a couple trophies along the way. Certainly played all over the park. A player that leaves his certainly leaves his impression and his mark on their football game. Never say die attitude, works extremely hard. Good servant.
Quite intrigued by that nickname Drogba though. And well, no intrigue left in the first half of this match as Police take a commanding 3-0 advantage over Real Westport in the first half of action here at the Larkta Recreation Ground. How would you sum up the first half, Brent Sancho?
Well, I think it's a half of lack of quality throughout both teams, and the quality has really set on the doorstep of decision making. There's some poor decisions by both teams, especially when they get into the final third. We've seen some spurts here and there, seen some quality here and there, and not enough and not consistent enough, of course, to make this game a blowout so far. But Police would be happy with the score. Certainly the aggressor and certainly the team that showed a little bit more than the other.
So at halftime, Police 3, Real Westport 0. We take a break and come back with more.
No matter the city,
the language,
the people, the game is the same. And the objective never changes.
At this stage,
the stakes are high, but the rewards
are even greater. So go out, rep your city, your club,
your stars, and hope that they can rise to the occasion. Otherwise,
well,
you know, the UEFA Europa League,
all season long,
on your home of champions.
To beat certain rivals, all you need is to be on your A game. Can Rayo Vallecano bring the heat to the mighty Barcelona in this rescheduled La Liga encounter? See it on Sportsmax 2, Sunday, April 24, 3 p.m. for ECT.
I think we can all agree.
From the Caribbean broadcasters which brought you the Olympics,
This is the time of their lives.
witness the Curve to Games like never before. Over 500 athletes from 27 countries will grace the National Stadium in Kingston, Jamaica as they battle for the top prize and a sheer of glory. Watch the Curve to Games 2022, April 16 to 18 on Sportsmax. Presented by Quartz, bringing value home.
Well, we've had lots of rain and we've also had lots of goals in the first half of this match between Police and Real Westport in this Ascension Football Tournament. At halftime, Police lead by 3 goals to 0, and they would open up early. Nanton testing Poon Lewis and up to the task. Jabari Mitchell tried his luck later on to Elijah Belgrave. The defender not making good contact at the back door. More chances opening up for Police. Jem Gordon lively, and this time he was bundled over by the defender. And it's a penalty that Nanton would convert quite easily, getting past Poon Lewis to put Police up 1-0 in the match. And, well, just a few minutes later, Nanton himself would create some danger with the pass. And when Freitas went down, it meant that another penalty was won. And this time, Jabari Mitchell stepping up. Same corner, same result for Police as they took a 2-0 advantage. 2 goals in 2 minutes for the Lawmen. And later on, Westport created some chances of their own. A scuff from that one. And, well, how close was that? Huffing and puffing and not taking advantage of the opportunities. Another chance would open up for Police later on. And Poon Lewis up to the task. But then the set piece was the undoing. And the central defender, Purcell, getting his head at the end of that one. And, well, he's a happy man. His team is a happy team as they lead 3-0 at halftime. So that is the score that we're looking at halftime here in La Horquetta. And looking at the statistics, quite interesting, Brent Sancho.
Yeah, in terms of the shots department, it's quite even. And I think when you go a bit further down in the statistics at the corners and saves, etc., I think that's where Police, of course, asserted themselves. Again, I want to talk about the quality and the lack thereof, and of course the decision-making. I think if that isn't to improve, we may see, of course, a better second half. The first half, Police would be, of course, the happy of the two, 3 goals to the good. But still, as I said, decision-making has not been at its best, despite, of course, all of the possession and all that we have seen.
Well, they've certainly got 3 shots on target, Real Westport. Hadn't made most of the opportunities, but they did get some opportunities. And what do you think is lacking necessarily in offense for Westport?
I just think that when they get into their attacking third, that they have to be, of course, a little more understanding, a little bit more patient, a little bit more better application. As I said, decision-making has not been the best. They've been finding themselves. They have quality that's been at the end of it, but the decision-making just hasn't been good enough.
And what would you say to Coach Richard Hood? If you were Richard Hood right now in the dugout, what would you say to your team? You're leading 3-0.
I think they have to, it's all about game management going into the second half. Of course, that comes down to possessing the football, playing out to the back, being brave, and picking this Real Westport team apart. I think possession is key going into the second half. And they're going to have to cut out some of the direct balls that we've seen in the first half. If they could eliminate that and possess the ball a lot better, and of course make better decisions in the final third, they can go further ahead.
Well, coming up in our second match at 8 p.m., home team La Horquetta Rangers, they're coming up against Central Soccer World. We had an opportunity to speak to Central Soccer World, and this is what they said.
It's a joy returning to competitive football at club level. You know, it's been a long wait, and you know, we've been anticipating it. It couldn't come at a better time, but the players and ourselves with the club, we had to take it one day at a time. We are close to where we want to be. We've been working hard, trying to get fit, but with the ball, not just with the physical running aspect of it. So I think we possibly like a 8 by now, so we still have some work to do. The challenge for this league title, because we see there's a lot of competitive teams, there's a lot of good teams in this league. We'll need a lot of teamwork, we'll need a lot of commitment, discipline in our play. We'll need everybody to be fully fit, and we'll need to stick to our game plan and work hard for each other.
The vibes is very good because everyone right now is eager for the competition to start. So everyone is being early, everyone is being energetic, everyone is being eager but everything is good right now. The vibes and everything around the camp is positive. Best qualities with the squad right now is that we have a lot of experience and youth. So we will be a force to reckon with. And we have a lot of quality players also from around the central area who played at the highest level. So we will have a good mixture of, as I say, experience and youth going into the competition. We really like to be in the money because everybody here is ambitious players. Even the coaches, the staff, everyone in the background staff, everybody is ambitious people, and we had set the bar high.
It's really intense. You know, we're trying to do as much as the coach teaching us in training, putting it in our practice games. You know, we was lacking in some departments on the team, and I think that the new guys that come in, I feel that they are picking up where we was lacking, and I feel we're going good so far.
Our second match against Terminix, La Horquetta Rangers. We take a break and we come back with second half action.
A win for Sheffield United could put them into second spot. Bristol City, Sheffield United, Monday, April 18 at 11:30 a.m., 12:30 a.m. ECT on Sportsmax.
Tennis is such an individual sport. We all are out there battling on our own for ourselves and
finding ways.
Yeah, finding ways. It's almost like chess. You're playing and figuring things out yourself.
Catch the WTA Porsche Tennis Grand Prix from Stuttgart, April 19 to 26 on Sportsmax.
Searching for a place to escape it all? Say no more. We've got luxurious accommodations, the best views for a one-of-a-kind experience, and the locals aren't too bad either. It's a whole vibe, and Sportsmax got you covered all season. Don't miss any of the action.
Oh my goodness!
Enjoy exclusive access.
Here's Curry for the record. It's good!
Only here on your home of champions.
Fear you're missing out? Don't miss another event with Sportsmax. Enjoy full live content on our YouTube channel. Keep up to date with all things sports. Rewatch highlights of your favorite zone moments. Join our community and share in the passion of sports viewers everywhere. Like, comment, share, and subscribe to the Sportsmax YouTube channel today.
Well, it's overcast here at the La Horquetta Recreation Ground as the rain continues to drizzle over the outfield. And, well, I tell you what, it didn't drizzle goals. It poured goals in the first half as Police were able to take a 3-0 lead over Real Westport. Welcome back. James Saunders is my name, and I'm joined by former T&T international defender Brent Sancho. Just to remind our viewers of the goals scored in the 23rd minute. The score was opened, Gabriel Nanton getting a penalty. Jabari Mitchell followed that up in the 26th minute with a penalty of his own. And then in the 33rd minute, or 43rd minute rather, the defender Cameron Purcell getting on the score sheet, and that's how it remained at halftime. We're just awaiting the teams to come out of the dugout. What do you expect of the second half, Brent?
Well, yeah, I think certainly from a Real Westport perspective, they're going to have to find some way of getting themselves back into this one. As I mentioned, the decision-making and the way they approach it has to be one of a positive one, playing the front foot. I do think that Kieran Cummins needs to play a bit higher up the park. We've seen him doing a lot of his work deeper in his own half, and they would want to get him further up. And of course, from a Police perspective, certainly more of the same, despite the fact that I felt they could be a little bit more brave in possessing the football in possession. And of course, when they do possess it, a bit more quality. They certainly didn't show that, and despite that, they've been 3 goals up to the good.
Well, lots of work to be done in the second half. Referee Nikolai Nyron in charge of this one. He's done a decent job so far, just inviting the teams back onto the playing area. So both teams are out, and just a couple of minutes or seconds rather, we would have action. Certainly hope that Cordell Samuel can get into more offensive positions. Having a word amongst themselves, I'm sure that the team talk at halftime might have been a stern one. He doesn't mind though, he's a big smile on his face, the coach of Westford, Ron Lafferty. But he knows that tough work ahead for his boys. Focused and ready, that huddle led by goalkeeper Adrian Fonset. And they'd hope to remain focused and hold on to their 3-goal advantage. We have seen big leads disappear, and it's no different in this competition. There will be one change for Police though. They're just about getting set to make one change to their team, and tell you who that change is in just a few. So just a moment or so, action will resume here in La Horquetta. So Kadeem Hutchinson is being lined up at the moment, and everyone is looking back to welcome him on the field. So Kadeem Hutchinson has been replaced and has come in, and he replaces Kevin Lewis. So I'm a bit surprised at that change.
May have been an injury. He took a couple knocks in the first half, Lewis. Despite, of course, I would consider a good performance. A lot of it's a like for like, of course, for Police FC. And a lot of what they've done in the first half, if they could improve on the quality, I think they could be high and dry with a victory on all 3 points.
Well, that man in your picture just about set to resume action, and he's done a decent job. Certainly exposed lots of the young referee talent in Trinidad and Tobago this tournament. It's been 2 long years with no real football action being played due to pandemic lockdown. Here's Gabriel looking for Freitas. It falls nicely for Mitchell, deflected, and I think he's a tad lucky there.
Yeah, he is a bit lucky. I thought he hesitated a little bit there. Had every right to try and pull the trigger a bit earlier, Jabari Mitchell. Certainly has done a tremendous job breaking lines from the middle of the park. Real Westford have struggled to really pick him up, both him and Hampton coming out of the middle of the park, but he should have finished that one.
Well, they have an opportunity from the set piece, the corner, and just in case you're wondering, everybody's waiting for the ball. No ball boys in that area that the ball went out, and well, they've got to fetch it themselves. Jabari Mitchell, it seems, doing the job of getting that back into play. So it's time for action now.
They've got to be switched on here. Talked about how dangerous Police are with set plays.
Well, taken short. Here's Nanton. Floated high into the air and shouldn't trouble anyone. It's a goal kick.
Well, it was a poor return. I think he expected the ball to be laid off to his trusty left foot. That man there, Nanton. That's a good touch.
Well, Cummings gets Samuel going. Well, he tried to flick it back in the path of Cummings. No real success, but they keep it alive. Here's Griffith at the back door. Anybody there? Wow. It's as lively as they've come all evening. And he's grateful for that opportunity opening up.
Yeah, it's a long probing ball, back post there for young Griffith. Just the better option may have been to pull the ball back into a more dangerous position. Opted to try it himself, eventually going over the bar.
Well, that's too long for anybody to hold on to. Here's Sean De Silva. Still waiting for him to turn up in this match. Well, cut out. Mitchell, one of the 3 goal scorers on the evening. Trying to find a way forward. But cut out by Cummings, who starts an attack, and a good ball into Samuel. And Fonset, alert to the danger. Should be easy for Nanton to cut out. He does cut it out. Noel gets past Joseph.
I tell you what, he's done really well there. It's a difficult one.
Bailey keeps it alive. Jabari Mitchell, they've got 4 to attack. Can he get a shot away?
It's good football.
Set it up nicely, and just lost his footing in the end. And well, that was anticlimactic. Another chance opening up, deflected. Has won a corner, but certainly, well, he had all the ribbon, the gift wrapping, but it was empty at the end of it all.
Well, it's the best passage of play we've seen all afternoon. Wide ball out to Jim Gordon. He does ever so well to feed it into Freitas, who lays him up on a pedestal. And he says, no, thank you, Freitas. I've ate before already.
Well, he'd be hoping to have another opportunity, but you don't get them better than that. Well, he's setting his troops about. Got some defending to do. Westport. Police have looked dangerous all evening from set pieces. Mitchell swings it in. Headed away. Only as far as Mitchell.
It's a good ball.
Goes for a second bite. It's Bailey. Nanton. Gabriel. Looking to find some spaces. And he does find one. Bailey. Some good circulation of the ball from Police. Again, he goes for Gabriel. Again, he picks him out. Can he find an ounce of space here? Does have some space. Well, didn't make the best use of it, but certainly created something for themselves, Police. Looking for Cummings. It's a lot more advanced than we saw in the first half. Karen Cummings. It's hopeful. And that prayer will not be answered. Well held by the goalkeeper. Well, they're protesting that it was their ball. And Gabriel a bit too exuberant. Is Joseph. Good skill. Well, has he kept it? Well, he has. And he's done well for himself. Does win a free kick. Creed would aim into the area. Easy, fun set. Well, Cornel Thomas had to get unconventional, but it's still back with Police here, who can make something happen. Here's Freitas. Oh, that's a good ball at the back door. Joseph tucks it off the post, and it's a sitter. If ever there was a sitter, as Jabari Mitchell gets his second. Well, he had the table set, goalkeeper losing his footing. And when the table is set that nicely, the only thing you can do is sit down and eat, and that's exactly what Jabari Mitchell did. And he gets Police fourth on the evening.
Well, it was a deep ball across the face of the buck by Freitas. Good pass back, slight deflection. And it was the easiest of tasks there for Mitchell. 4-0 to Police FC. The scoreline may be a bit flattering, but nevertheless, they've taken their opportunities.
Well, the first real involvement of the substitute, Hutchinson, results in a goal for Police. And, well, it's forced some changes on the other end as Real Westport digging into their wallet. And Gary Griffith, he has been replaced. And in comes, well, I'll tell you who came in just a second, as soon as I get my bearings, but they've made a change. So the young
This could be trouble.
not having an impact, but an impact could be had here. Lewis is up to the challenge.
Well, it has been a very difficult afternoon for all the offensive players. Real Westford United. I think he could have really shaken a hat there and make a change. Oh, it's down to, again, keep harping on it, the decision making. How, when they get into their advanced positions, what do they do with the football? And I think those decisions have really hampered Real Westford tonight as police hunt for more.
Well, they're in search of some luck. Well, didn't need much luck there. But he has won a corner, took a deflection. Looked dangerous with that shot. Freitas, he's seen 4 goals go in. He's not been on the end of any of them. Tried his fortune. Oh, how close was that? Not very, but it did look good. More rain. And is there to be more goals? Nanton tried to pick out Bailey. Away by Westwood. Picked up by the police. Well cut out. Gets Samuel going, but can't get it past Gabriel. It's a foot chase here. Freitas. It's done well, Freitas. Keeps it alive. Here's Bailey. Quick feet. Picks out Belgrave. Finding more and more space, particularly in wide areas. Nanton.
It's a good pass.
Space opening up here. And he get a good service in, and the flag goes up. Quite belatedly so.
It's a lot better from police. Of course, now that they're 4 goals up, they're showing the confidence that I thought they should have shown when they were 0-0. They've got to possess the football and stretch the team, pull them apart, and find your openings. They were unwilling to do that. But of course, now that the game is opened up, we're seeing the quality.
Here's Jabari Mitchell. Gabriel, he's not been timid to advance in this second period. Loves getting forward, the fullback. Bailey. Belgrave.
It's much better.
Purcell. Got his good ball into Nanton. Not the best touch. Took away the opportunity from him. Well, police might try to use the opportunity to make a change. And I think the referee might signal it anytime now. He's looking across at the 4th official, and he has decided to go to the bench. And Chevon McPhee seems to be the man coming in. And it's the end of the evening for defender Elijah Belgrave as Chevon McPhee gets his first run out of the evening. It seems Brent Sancho, like he might have gone to 3 at the back.
Yeah, they look like they've changed that approach. Certainly McPhee, a player that can play out wide. But certainly an opportunity here for Coach Hood to freshen things up a bit. There's a lot of comfort there in that 4-0 scoreline. And it's not just a scoreline, James. It's also, you haven't really seen much from Real Westford United from an attacking perspective. It's a bit unfortunate, particularly with the type of players that they have within their personnel.
Well, what we have seen, them threatened from set pieces as Jabari Mitchell floats another one in. One that Walker is grateful to head away. And can they get Karen Cummings going?
It's a good ball.
Oh, that's a
it's got to
ball.
finish. It's got to finish.
Gotten past the goalkeeper, and has it gone in? Wow. He is looking at that net and asking, where did that pass? Did everything right. Got past the goalkeeper, and it just couldn't sneak in. But what a chance for Westport. And it's a chance created by the substitute.
This was all about that delicious pass there by Kieran Cummins. A hefty first touch. Resulted, of course, in the ball going wide. Should have done better there. Certainly found himself in the right position.
But I think he was in two minds there because he seemed to just allow it to perhaps go in, and well, the roll of the ball didn't quite favor that, as Westport just used the opportunity to make a quick change themselves. But first they've got to defend as Freitas motors forward. Here's Nanton. Another one of those driving runs from him, opens it up for Freitas.
It's a good ball.
Searching at the back post. Have a second bite, but Poon Lois is there. Well, just out of your picture, there was a change made by Real Westport as O.C. Charles came in. Well, this is one for Hutchinson. He controls well. Gets Jem Lewis going. Well cut out. Can Bailey have a go? Can't get past Cornel Thomas. He's been solid as a rock all evening, Thomas. Couldn't pick out Samuel as intended target. And wow, couldn't find space to motor one forward there.
They're getting sloppy.
Chance opening up. Here's Freitas. Looking for number 5 for Police, maybe. Gabriel in on the act. Oh, that's a good ball from Gabriel.
They're queuing up.
Chance to open up the scoring, and well, it's a chance not taken. Certainly had the lottery ticket. And Jabari Mitchell, for all of his international experience, he thought he would have done better.
Yeah, it's starting to get a bit out of control from a Real Westport perspective, James. There seems to be 6s and 7s at the back here. You have to wonder now, are they going to allow Police to, of course, make this a blowout?
Oh, here they go. Joseph versus Gabriel. And Sean De Silva in on the act. Looking for space. Running out of real estate really quickly. And that's good defending by Bailey. She's certainly been one of the unsung heroes of the evening for Police FC. One of those quiet players that fades into the game, but he's quite efficient at doing what he does well.
I think both him and Nanton complement each other very well. Seem to have a good understanding, interchangeable between the 6 and 8. Very fluid in their approach. As you rightfully said, he's one of those that I'm sure you may not have caught the eye during this, but if he's not there, you will know. That's for sure.
4-0 as we just get past the hour mark. And, well, the changes are being made for Westport as they go in search of more. Police have to defend, though. So, Gabriel Nanton, his evening has come to an end.
That's a good shot. That's got to be a finish. He's offside.
Well, certainly unlucky from West End perspective. Twice they've come close and denied by the geography and denied by the referee's whistle on the second attempt. Warning bells for Police, though. They've been pretty tidy until this moment. So they'll tussle for this one. It's won by the grey shirts. Broken up by Cornel Thomas. Here's Samuel running into danger. Barry Mitchell, good defending from Kieran Cummings, again forced to come deep, and he's trying his luck and was worth the effort. Needed more to beat Fonset. Broken up by Creed. Gabriel with the quick feet. Leads Samuels. Here's Gabriel. Cordell Samuels, can he make something happen now? Gets Cummings going forward. Pelting bodies forward.
That's a good ball.
Almost picked out Sean De Silva. It's a second bite of the cherry. And well, it's forced Fonset to try to hold on. It's quite slippery, but he did well on the second attempt. But those are the positions that you'd like to see Kieran Cummings in.
Well, he's played a lot more advanced in the second half. The only issue is that he hasn't really had much to aim for.
Well, the one time that Cornel Thomas is beaten, legally so, pushed around as police make yet another change, and Zion McLeod comes in. Not afraid to change things, police. They feel confident that they've got this game in the bag. Here's Westford into Cummings. Well, nice chest. And, well, he certainly prepared the buffet option. It's not well accepted, though, by the attacker.
It's a good tackle.
Zion gets in on the act. McLeod, as Gabriel switches the point of attack for police. And they go forward now. Police have been forced to retreat in the last few minutes. Hutchinson. Here's McLeod. He's a brave boy. And the shot maybe just too far out. Cummings. Certainly been the best Westford player. Hasn't had the kind of support that he might have expected. And well, he's been one of the better ones to police. Bailey as well. Gabriel. Cut out by Thomas. Can Bailey get Hutchinson going forward? Always second favorite to that one, but that man doesn't mind. Richard Hood, former T&T women's coach. Also coached at the youth level for Trinidad and Tobago. Also a certified coaching instructor, Richard Hood. Chances opening up for police. Jem Gordon certainly showed some of his happy feet. And that is well cut out by police. But there's an urgency about the way that Westford are playing now. Substitute sparking some life into the team in green. Well, they normally call that one on the radio and say man down, police. Well, they've got two. Calling for backup. Both Bailey and Freitas going into a heavy challenge, and well, the referee deciding that naughty boys get the naughty treatment. The yellow card comes out.
That's a fair one. We've seen a lot of nibbles and knocks throughout the game. And the referee Nikolai is he's been generous at best parts. Certainly didn't allow this one. It's a 2-for-1 special.
I've often seen those with Royalians and Caribbean the rugby teams in Trinidad and Tobago. 4-0, Police lead Real Westford. Just about 22 minutes remaining. Don't forget, at 8 p.m., the home team Terminix La Horquetta Rangers, they come up against Central Soccer World. Should be a very exciting match. Rangers on top of the Ascension tournament table. Last win an 11-1 thrashing, or 11-2 thrashing of Moruga FC. This game certainly hasn't disappointed in terms of goal. 4 scored, albeit by one team.
Yeah, where it lacked in quality, it certainly made up for it in goal-scoring activity. And of course, some of these challenges as well have been quite meaty.
I'm surprised to hear you say that, Brent Sancho. You seem to enjoy a good tackle.
Well, I've been told that I have to be partial in my approach, despite my joy of the meaty challenge. Meaty but fair, I must say, James.
Well, the rhythm section is in high gear. The bleachers already packed to capacity here in La Horquetta. Certainly has been one of the venues that have attracted the crowds. Samuel.
That's a bit too much on it.
Well, he gets an A for effort in terms of the attempt to keep it in. The execution, however, slower down the alphabet.
Well, yeah, and that has been the Achilles heel for Real Westford, the execution, decision-making, as we see, despite the inclement weather here in La Horquetta. Certainly the fans here are enjoying this Ascension tournament. I am.
Certainly has been a thrill to football fans here in Trinidad and Tobago. After being starved of almost no football action for the last 2 years, and happy to come out on a Friday evening and a weekend to take in matches and maybe see more goals. It's good defending.
Yeah, he read it well, Walker. And eventually he was able to usher it over the line. It's been tough going for both him and Cornel back there. The movement, the guile, the pace, and of course the direct approach by the Police front three. I'd even throw that man Mitchell and Nanton involved in that attacking prowess for Police have caused no end of danger for the Real Westford United back four. And of course that man there in goal as well.
For all the goals they've conceded, certainly been one of the better players, Spoon Lewis. Mitchell.
It's a good ball.
And again, Walker rises to the occasion. McLeod thumps it back into the area. Oh, he's done well there. And
he's got to hold on to it.
Well, he's done well in the second attempt, Poon Lewis. A diminutive figure, but he certainly a brave one. And again, we just spoke about him hardly being at fault. In fact, I don't think he's been at fault for any of the goals that they've conceded.
He's been brave, James. He's been brave in coming out of his goal. He's been brave in, of course, making sure he gets both hands behind the ball. And in these types of conditions, we've seen on many occasions in this sport where goalkeepers could really struggle, and he's been sure.
Well, that is cut out. He's claiming handball. Advantage continues for Westford. Well, they're a new team, Westford. Built up in the western peninsula of Trinidad and Tobago. Majority of the players coming from the Diego Martin, Carenage, Cocorite area. It's a new club, only formed about 2 years ago, and well, that came 2 inches away from settling into the far corner, and has been the story of their second half so far.
Well, it certainly has been better than the first half, but still not enough to disturb Police. And And again, I think when you look back at this one from a real Westport United perspective, they certainly should have been showing a lot more quality in the attacking third. And it has nothing to do necessarily with the type of players, but more, as I said, the decision making, how they approached it. It's just not enough to trouble the Police FC outfit.
He's had a tidy evening. They've had a rough one. Adrian Fonset, talented goalkeeper, did recover from a potentially career-threatening injury in his youth days, and he's returned well. He's stapled with the Trinidad and Tobago national team. Well, he had some fun there, slipping and sliding Freitas. Wasn't successful in keeping possession, as it's with Police, with Westford. Here's Jem Gordon. Bailey, just love Bailey.
He's done well.
So neat, Bailey. And he's opened up some space here, and a chance of Police to get goal number 6. Well, he's kept it alive, but oh goodness, that is the moment of the match. Without a doubt, Poon Lewis. Well, I was about to talk about his save that he made earlier, but I think that trumps them all. A save from, is that 1 feet out?
Well, there was a lot of to-in and fro-in, and I tell you what, that's as instinctive as you get. Just stuck a hand out, tipped it over the bar. Could have easily been 5-0.
Should have been 5-0. Still can be. They've got a corner to defend. 15 minutes remaining in this match. He's already gotten 2 goals, Jabari Mitchell. Can he share the wealth? Not this time. West End. Can they get something? Well, he's a praying man, certainly. Fortunately, not all prayers get answered. Not from that distance, anyway.
Well, it's as a commentator, sometimes it's very good when you get examples of what you've been speaking about all game. Decision making. Not sure what he was thinking shooting from that distance. He had options out left and decided to go for glory. Well, I wouldn't even call it glory. It's too far out for that even. It's a poor decision, really.
Well, here's a good decision as Jem Gordon gets in and has a shot, and again, Poon Lewis. It's been really good, Poon Lewis. I feel sorry for goalkeepers when they have a good evening, but big score lines against their name. Here's McLeod. Mitchell. Back to Mitchell. Bailey. Does he remind you of any particular player, Brent Sancho, Bailey?
I shudder to guess, but I'm sure once you say it, I would totally agree with you.
I don't want to say the name, but you know I'm going. Oh, that's close.
Should I suggest Manchester United fans may know better than I do?
Well, that is an option as well. Cummings. He's done well to hold off Gabriel. Good service in the area, could open something up. Sean De Silva, he can have a go, does have a go. And well, I'm sure Fonset was happy when he looked back and he didn't see his net bulging. But he certainly came close, Sean De Silva.
Again, we talked a lot about the quality that real Westport United have going forward. And one of those options is that man there, Sean De Silva. One of the better technicians that we have in this country. Showing all his glory there. Just inches away from beating Fonset. I'm not sure he would have gotten there, James, despite his valiant effort in getting across the goal. But again, an opportunity that came about, as we see Coach Ron Lafferty certainly has to go back to the drawing board.
Well, they're in 6th position at the moment, 4 points to their name. Only one encounter against Maruga FC, who are at the bottom of the standings. Won that game 1-0, by the way. Cummings thought about shooting for releasing Cordell Samuel. And wow, seed possession. Searching, and might have been fouled, the defender. Referee allows play to continue. Again, Bailey.
Just can't put a foot wrong, can he?
And the flag stays down now. It's finally gone up, but Poon Lewis taking no chances. I'm not quite sure why there's a confrontation going on with Jem Gordon and the goalkeeper. Goalkeeper did what you expect goalkeepers to do in that situation. It's not the least bit intimidated though, Poon Lewis, as Gordon has to be escorted away by Walker. Gordon, of course, the former W Connection man, comes from the island of Tobago.
Also had a stint at Central FC.
Certainly did. Easy for Fonset. Away by Walker. Just 10 minutes to go in this match. We've certainly seen some moments in this match, Brent Sancho. Valiant moments.
Yeah, it has been a very intriguing encounter, despite the fact, as I said, the quality is not there yet in some of the play.
Well, Walker deflected away from him and, well, he's found his own teammate and he's given away a corner. Well, we spoke about moments of the match. Here's our Sports Max app moment. And, well, Brent Sancho, I'm sure everybody's guess is exactly the same. And again, that man, Poon Lewis, with the instinctive fingertip save. And he's our Sports Max app moment. What a moment that was. I'm sure all goalkeepers, myself included, would have been delighted to see that. But he's got more danger coming his way. Away by De Silva. Samuel. That's going to be pulled back by the official, as Gabriel is protesting that they deserve to have that one, and seems that he has the blessings of the referee. Cummings. Creed. Fouled Creed. Comes from a well-known family of Creeds here in Trinidad and Tobago. His uncle Ashwin Creed, former chairman of the Sport Company of Trinidad and Tobago. His father also a former player. Clock ticking down on the hopes and aspirations of Real Westport. Consolation might be a nice gift to their supporters back in Diego Martin. Into Samuel. Well, he might have gotten a touch for Fonset, and Cummings tried his luck. Couldn't penetrate the wall of grey shirts ahead of him, but he does win a corner.
Not sure if Fonset would have gotten back on the line to save that one. It had on target written on it.
Cummings. Good looking service. Fortunately couldn't find a green shirt. Walker gets up, and away. He's been pretty solid in the air, Walker. had a handful of appearances for FC Dallas. In fact, he scored in the CONCACAF Champions League for them. That goal coming against Club America, the Mexican team. Certainly was a star at the collegiate level. Played 69 of 71 appearances for his college, Michigan O'Farley Dickinson University. Oh, that's good skill there. Opening some doors and, well, chances gone. Cummings.
That's good stuff.
Cordell Samuels is off to the races.
He's gonna do really well if he gets past Katie and Gabriel for pace.
Struggled, but they still keep it alive though. And the Cummings can get past Jabari Mitchell, who I think is our player of the match, by the way.
Yeah, I will agree with that one, James. Of course, 2 goals from that man. But more importantly, I think his performance tonight and what it meant to Police FC, both him and Nanton and Bailey, that 3 in the middle have been certainly outstanding. He broke in lines going forward, always willing to get in behind the Real Westport line of defense. I think he was sensible as well. Sensible in his possession. And as I mentioned, of course, 2 goals to the good from Mitchell. Certainly showed a lot of quality in a game that lacked.
Certainly. Stood out like Santa Claus at Easter time. Well, speaking of Easter, it's Good Friday here in Trinidad and Tobago. Holiday time, and looking forward to a long Easter weekend. We've certainly got lots of action here on Sportsmax for the weekend. I'll tell you about some of those later on as Onset again cleans up. Of course, at 8 p.m. this evening, we've got our main matchup as the home team Terminix Horquetta Rangers. They will line themselves up against Central Soccer World. So that's the feature game here this evening. Well, on Monday at the Arima Velodrome, but before Monday, on Sunday at the St. James Police Barracks, Deportivo Point Fortin will take on Central FC. And on Monday, Maruga FC face Cunupia FC at the Arima Velodrome, and AC Port of Spain, they take on the Defense Force.
Well, of course, it must be noted that the shift in the fixture from Saturday, James, because of the cycling in Arima Velodrome, something I as a kid went to, a long-standing tradition here in Trinidad and Tobago, cycling at the Velodrome.
Easter Grand Prix.
Easter Grand Prix, like
Nicholas Paul, I think he might be there. Jacine Phillip is also going to be in there as well. Well, it's an opportunity now to make one final change as Freitas has his evening called a halt, and he will be replaced by Dylan Curtin. Gets the final few minutes to stretch his legs. Oh, wow. A bit sloppy there from Police, but they get away as Westport look to mount yet another attack. Creed looking for Cummings. This one is booted far away to safety. And how in the world did Cummings get on that side again? Seems to be everywhere. Cummings tries a shot, and you're not going to beat international goalkeeper from that distance or that angle. And that's, of course, here David Beckham. He has a movie about him, David Beckham. It's not one of the most common articles.
The forever brand, David Beckham.
Had an opportunity to meet him several years ago when he did visit Trinidad and Tobago ahead of England's World Cup bid. I don't know the end result of that story. Hello, Qatar.
Well, at least David got an opportunity to enjoy the sunshine. Maybe some doubles and roti, Trinidad style.
You would have met him firsthand back in 2006.
Certainly did. Tremendous talent and, of course, technician on the ball. It's very rare you see a player that is so gifted with the various range of passing that he has.
Well, here's Bailey looking to show his gifting. Not on this occasion. Chance opening up for Sean De Silva here. Well, that's a good ball. And Cummings, well, he's looking for the run of the player coming in. Can Police put one final nail in the coffin? Chance opening up. Looking to swing one in. This one is booted away. Here's Cummings.
Yeah, it's offside there. I think Cummings did everything in his power to make sure that he held his line and eventually strayed offside. Really no reason there to be offside. Should have allowed for, of course, Cummings to dictate, but again, that comes back to decision making. I think that has been, of course,
a recurring theme.
The recurring theme for especially for Real West Fort United. There's no doubt there's talent within the squad.
Oh, that's a good turn from Jem. Cut out and, well, couldn't keep it. The Lawmen, one final raid as regulation time comes to an end. So 3 minutes will be added on in this match. Three minutes. Police holding on to their 4-0 advantage. Well, he still wants more. Richard Hood, the coach of the Police team, doesn't want his team to become complacent despite their advantage. So Jabari Mitchell, our irrefutable man of the match, will take the corner kick that could be one of the last bit of actions in this match. Well, quite content to keep it in the corner. That's poor. And Westport are quite content to give it away near the area. And, well, Cummings had to come to the rescue. He's had a resilient evening.
Well, I think when Coach Runla looks back at this professor, he would look at the moments where Real Fort United may have slipped up. And I think this game was defined on those moments, the two penalties in particular, and decision making for those penalties. And that's really where Real West Fort United lost this game. And we're talking about goals going into the net and not necessarily the chances that they didn't take on the other side. Oh, they didn't create them because, again, the decisions weren't at its best.
Well, Sean De Silva can give them something to smile at. And, well, we'll have to hold on that smile. Is this the last bit of action in this match? Into the final minute of the time added on. Barry Mitchell could mount something for Police. But Cornel Thomas, well, often have we seen him produce those janitorial services. He's cleaned up everything that has come at him. Has been, as you mentioned, Brent Sancho, a culmination of errors in the match that perhaps took the advantage away from Westford, took the fighting spirit out of them. 2 goals in quick succession in the first half, 23rd and 26th minute. Penalties and, well, rest, as they say, is history. He's had a decent evening, Katie and Gabriel.
Really a game based on moments, and those moments that you just mentioned, what has been the platform for victory here for Police FC. Don't think they played particularly great. They weren't outstanding by any stretch, certainly by what they're capable of doing. But that being said, the moments went their way, and a lot of it is what they created for themselves.
Well, this is a moment that the match comes to an end as Police FC, they take a commanding 4-0 win over Real Westford. And what a performance from the Lawmen and Richard Hood. He certainly would be the happier of the 2 coaches. Michael Jem Gordon, one of the star performers. Real Westford, lots to consider. 4-0. Police over Real Westford. Well, in a minute we'll see some of the first half highlights, and Brent Sancho will also be on the ground speaking to our man of the match as chances opened up early. And this one, Elijah Belgrave just couldn't convert the Jabari Mitchell service. Then more from Police as they probed, and this time Jem Gordon taken out. Referee Nyron pointing to the spot. Up steps Nanton, and it's 1-0. That was in the 23rd minute. Just 3 minutes later, Nanton on a probing run, and his pass sees Freitas knocked over. And again, the referee pointing to the spot. This time Jabari Mitchell getting the first of his 2 goals on the evening. Nothing Poon Lewis could do to stop that one. And Police were 2-0 ahead in the 26th minute. Westford did have a few moments of their own. This perhaps the best of them. Not pinning the donkey's tail on that occasion. And, well, Bailey outstanding in the middle, getting a shot away. Poon Lewis up to the task. But then it was the turn of the central defender, Cameron Purcell, to get his name on the score sheet in the 42nd minute. And just look at the celebrations. So 3-0 at halftime. Was there to be more from the Lawmen? Jabari Mitchell certainly thought so as he huffed and puffed. That one taking a deflection. On the opposite end, Griffith Jr. putting this service in. And perhaps the story of the second half for Westford. And then Jem Gordon creating a chance. And how about that for the buffet being messed up? Certainly put on a platter. And then Hutchinson, the defender, taking a deflection. And Jabari Mitchell getting his second of the evening. On the opposite end, Karen Cummings pushed high into the attack. Created perhaps the best moment for Westford. And the upright just coming to the rescue. More from Police. And Poon Lewis. How many times did we see him pull out spectacular saves? And this one perhaps the best of those saves. How about that from close range? Perhaps the moment of the match. Certainly wasn't short of action as Sean De Silva got in on the act later on. And that one just missing the mark. And the Police, as you saw, 19 shots going to Police, 12 of those on target. Real Westford, not to be left behind, they did get 10 shots, half of those on target. But in the end, Police FC taking the 4-0 win over Real Westford. Well, I'll tell you what, so I've got Brent Sancho standing by, and he's got our man of the match, Jabari Mitchell.
Yes, and we're joined tonight now by tonight's man of the match, Jabari Mitchell. Of course, Jabari, a positive result last Sunday against Canupia FC. A positive result here again tonight. It's Police FC on the ascendancy, of course, challenging for the Ascension Trophy.
Police FC is getting better. We're playing the football we want to play, and that's very important for us, but we're thankful for the 3 points as well.
Well, of course, a commanding performance by yourself tonight. 2 goals to the good. A performance where we saw you breaking the lines, getting forward a lot. Is that an instruction from Coach Hood, demanding from you to get more advanced in the way that Police set up here tonight?
Yeah, definitely. A little more energy required from me. And I think I executed that tonight. I think the quality could be a little better because I think I could do a lot better. But I'm thankful for the hard work and the victory tonight, most important.
Looking forward to the next fixtures coming up. Where do you see Police moving forward and what they can improve in to go forward?
As I say, we building every game, we're doing better. I think we quality and style of play could improve.
Well, congratulations, Jabari. You are our man of the match. And of course, I'm now joined by the professor himself, Mr. Ron Lafferty,
Yes, sir.
Coach of Real Fort United. Coach, of course, Professor, things tonight didn't go your way. Where do you think it went wrong?
Let me say, first of all, let me congratulate the police team, man. I enjoy police fitness. Apparently, like, police never stop training, eh? You know, they were stronger than us in all the departments of the field. I salute the police for that, right? Having said so, you see, we have a lot of work to put in still, right? It's just 3 weeks with these guys. They're still getting to know one another, so yes, I take my punches. I will put some smelling salt on my nose, and I think we will return in it for the next game.
Well, of course, inclusion of some top-notch players coming into your side. How do you see them integrating?
Well, again, too, I want to bring in some experience with the youth and them, right? The experience. I think that the experience lack fitness also, so give them some time. You know, when I sort of blend them up together, I think it should work for us down the road.
Well, of course, Professor, again, looking forward to seeing you later on in the show. And again, congratulations on what you've done so far. Yeah. And I know Real Fort is going to improve as they go along.
Trust me with that one. Trust me, we will return.
Thank you very much, Professor Ron Lafferty.
Yes,
I'm now joined, of course, by tonight's winning coach, Richard Hood of Police FC. Of course, Police FC running away with today's victory. Coach Hood, again, congratulations on tonight's performance. Talk us through what you thought went right for Police FC.
I think a lot went right, actually. We were pressing the ball pretty decently. I would have liked for us to get a bit more in transition. We won a lot of balls, but we didn't finish off the transition very well. Our organization was good. I was very happy with that. All right, we are improving as we go with every game.
Yeah, of course, we saw your midfield 3 in Nanton, of course, Bailey, and the man of match, Jabari Mitchell. Mitchell and Nanton more advanced of the play, breaking lines, getting into the box. Is that something you were hoping to see tonight?
Absolutely, and I would have liked to see it a bit more. Right? But yeah, that's what we want from our midfielders. Our number 10, our number 8, getting forward and joining the attack as much as possible, creating a nice triangulation in the middle to keep the ball and create opportunities to penetrate lines. So I'm very happy with that.
Well, again, congratulations, Coach Hood, on tonight's victory, and certainly best of luck as this tournament continues on.
Thank you very much, Brent.
So now I hand it over to the capable hands of my good friend, James Saunders.
Well, thank you so much, Brent Sancho. Of course, speaking with Richard Hood, the coach of the winning team, Police. And of course, before that, you heard from Ron Lafferty and Jabari Mitchell. So we certainly enjoyed all of the action in this first matchup. Police FC winning 4-0 over Real Westfort. We take a pause, and when we come back, we've got our second match, Terminix Horquetta Rangers. They come up against Central Soccer World.
Caribbean broadcasters which brought you the Olympics.
This is the time of their lives.
Witness the Curved Games like never before. Over 500 athletes from 27 countries will grace the National Stadium in Kingston, Jamaica as they battle for the top prize and a share of glory. Watch the Curved Games 2022, April 16 to 18 on Sportsmax. Presented by Quartz. Bringing value home.
It's Tools Hardware Supplies Big civil servant sale!
We are celebrating you, our everyday heroes, with exclusive specials and discounts.
Biggest restock on our best-selling items.
Specials on new arrival tile selections with unique designs and best quality.
So all civil servants, bring your ID and you're good to go.
You will just love the savings.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Watch me and them. Big man, they got skip now.
Boss him, man, I'm not man, he's sick man. Go through my boss.
30 boxes and the distributor, listen.
6 box of Black Stallion, the boss.
How we plan to carry so much Black Stallion?
Trick with Star!
Black Stallion, the bedroom tonic. Visit our new store at Catherine Hall Plaza, Montego Bay.
Why do we love football?
Because out there, on that pitch, we're all the same.
Fear you're missing out? Don't miss another event with SportsMax. Enjoy full live content on our YouTube channel. Keep up to date with all things sports. Rewatch highlights of your favorite zone moments. Join our community and share in the passion of sports viewers everywhere. Like, comment, share, and subscribe to the SportsMax YouTube channel today.
6 big months equaling some of the biggest properties in the world of sport: athletics, cricket, basketball, horse racing, and football from July to December. Don't miss a start, a wicket, a point, a furlong, or a goal. The Commonwealth Games, Caribbean Premier League, the return of schoolboy football, NBA. All live and coming to you on your home of champions. Only the very best makes it to the top, where the air is often the thinnest. It requires passion and drive to go the distance. See the WTA's best players in action on your home of champions all season long.
The country's best local-based players are able to showcase their skills for all eyes to see. The second match of Match Week 4 sees one of the pre-tournament favourites, Terminix La Horquetta Rangers, looking to make the most of home advantage when they take on Central Soccer World. Catch the action live this Friday on SportsMax 2 and seen starting at 7 p.m. 8 ECT.
Hola, soy Antoine Griezmann. Sigue la liga en SportsMax.
No matter the city,
the language,
the people, the game is the same. And the objective never changes.
At this stage,
the stakes are high, but the rewards
are even greater. So go out, rep your city, your club,
your stars, and hope that they can rise to the occasion. Otherwise,
well,
you know, the UEFA Europa League,
all season long,
on your home of champions.
Well, it's a ripe atmosphere here at the La Horquetta Recreation Ground. The fruits of action are about to bear as Terminix La Horquetta Rangers gear up to face Central Soccer World in this Ascension Football Tournament match. Well, earlier on, Brent Sancho had an opportunity to speak to the coaches, and this is what they said.
Looking forward to tonight's fixture. What are some of the keys to the game for you?
The keys to the game tonight will be discipline, patience, hard work. You know, our recovery have to be spot on tonight. There is a very fast-paced attacking team. So I think that would be some of the keys for us tonight.
Looking forward to tonight's fixtures. Is there anything in the Terminix La Horquetta Rangers that you would have seen in this build-up that you think you can exploit?
Oh, yeah, definitely. There is a lot of things, weakness in their game, but they are a very professional team. They are a very organized team, and we will try to see if we could exploit the little points that we picked out.
Thank you very much, Coach Boyce. And of course, all the best of luck to you tonight and your charges.
Thank you very much, sir.
Good. We're now about to be joined.
The coach of Central Soccer World will be coming up against Terminix La Horquetta Rangers. You also got a chance to speak to Dave Quamina, and this is what he had to say.
Good luck to you tonight in tonight's proceeding. But first, must start at top of the table. Of course, the last game, a heavy goal-scoring night. How could you improve on that?
No, every game, you score 10 or 11 in the last game, and the following game, you start from 0. So we just have to try to work hard. Every game we win score, the amount that they want to score, but we'll try to win the game.
Well, we've seen a lot of rotation within your squad selections. Is that down to injury, down to fatigue, or is that just down to tactics by Terminix La Horquetta Rangers?
Not really. I think the season long. It's a very long season. It's 18 games, and we train very hard. So we just need to rotate a bit. But no injuries, no tactical thing. It's just trying to keep everybody fit.
Well, of course, Coach Quamina, tonight's a big game for you. Good luck to you tonight. Good luck to your charges, and all the best.
All the best. Thanks.
So Dave Quamina, coach of Terminix La Horquetta Rangers. The teams are ready and set to begin. Let's take a look at the lineups really quickly ahead of this match. James Saunders is my name, by the way, welcoming all of our viewers on CCN TV6 and live on Sportsmax around the region, together with Brent Sancho. So Central Soccer World, brand new club, facing Terminix La Horquetta Rangers, and they've gone with Ross Russell Jr. Phenomenal game, getting 2 goals in his last game, together with Caleb Sturge, Jamal Crite. Real Gill is back in the starting lineup after missing out in the last match. Isaiah Lee, Kadeem Corbin, Tyrone Charles gets his place in the starting lineup as well. Jabari St-Hilaire takes over from Jabari Bryce, and Johannes Richardson gets a starting spot as they will lead the attack for Terminix La Horquetta Rangers. And for Central Soccer World, they've got a team new to many football viewers. Ryan Fredericks is the captain. Neil Benjamin Jr., the former W Connection man, is in the lineup, together with Kemuel Rivers. Jason Joseph will lead the attack for them. A very young team, and a team that is raring and ready to go. Speaking of ready and raring to go, the referee is ready. Terminix La Horquetta Rangers in white coming up against Central Soccer World. Action here at the La Horquetta Recreation Ground. So it's kickoff, and La Horquetta Rangers coming on the back of a 11-2 thrashing of Moruga FC last Friday, facing up against Central Soccer World. What do you make of this match, Brent Sancho?
Well, it's interesting to hear Coach Boyce talk about discipline, and it's important for his charges to remain in some sort of very solid defensive shape, as we all know how explosive this Terminix La Horquetta Rangers team can be. So it's all about how well they contain La Horquetta Rangers. And from a La Horquetta Rangers perspective, it really comes down to execution. Can they execute and what they have been so successful on throughout this tournament so far. And that's their transition game. That's their ability to get into the box, and that's their ability to hurt teams with their pace and quality that they have. This is going to be an interesting one, and certainly one for the viewers to not get up and go for that coffee or that snack in the fridge yet, James. I would suggest you sit in your seats and fasten up. This could be a very interesting one.
For Central Soccer World with lots of work to do in this match, coming up against Rangers, who are first in the standings with 7 points. They've gotten 2 wins and a draw. First draw coming against Defence Force in their opening match. 1-1 draw that game. Then, of course, a 4-2 win over Police, who we saw in our first match here this evening. And then an 11-2 thrashing of Moruga FC. Central Soccer World, a new club in the competition. They're in 5th place in the standings with 4 points. They got their win over Moruga and AC Port of Spain, while they lost to the Defence Force. So it's a team that many folks have not seen before, but they've got quite a few interesting players on their squad.
Yeah, a lot of interest there within. You talked about Neil Benjamin Jr., a player that played for W Connection. There is also some familiar faces within the ranks of Central Soccer World. Those of you, of course, who are familiar with the SSFL, and even so more familiar with Karapi Chima, the Central Zone champions for quite some time. But again, you have to harp on the fact that it's how important it is for them to, throughout this one, to remain composed, disciplined, and of course be deadly in these sorts of situations. Transition.
Oh, they're pushing forward now, Central Soccer World, playing in green. A lot of these players would have represented W Connection, another Central-based team, one of the top teams over the years in Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, that's a shot from distance, and one that isn't going to surprise St. Hilaire. Also, a lot of players that would have represented Karapi Chima secondary in the SSFL, part of this lineup. Well, that is well kept in by Tyrone Charles. Ross Russell Jr. keeps it alive. The Horquetta Rangers scored in excess of 15 goals in 3 matches. So they are a team that can score goals and score them frequently. Got a very deep squad. Tyrone Charles in possession. The T&T International, of course, are missing out on a starting spot in their last 2 matches. And, well, they scored 11 goals. This is a chase here that St. Hilaire would win, not the most convincing of clearances.
When you have as much rotation as Terminix La Horquetta Ranger has, you sometimes wonder if chemistry and of course how fluid they can be with all those changes, but certainly La Horquetta Rangers have shown otherwise. Very, very comfortable unit, and as you rightfully mentioned, James, a very deep squad.
Oh, this is a dangerous looking service in the area. Falls to a green shirt who would gladly clear the danger. Just think of the likes of Atula Guerra, who's out of the starting lineup. Real Gill, after a very good performance in the win over Police, being left out of, he was a man of the match in fact, left out in the last match, 11-2 thrashing of Moruga. And you think of Junior Asun, who had a good performance in that game. He's on the bench this evening. Certainly a scary prospect for teams coming up against them. Well, here's Jason Joseph, the former W Connection man, to swing one in. Aiming for Benjamin Jr. Only picks out a wide shield. Here's Real Gill. Kadeem Corbin gets involved. Gill. Linking up nice with Corbin, former T&T Youth International. The end product comes to naught.
And when you heard about, when Coach Boyce talked about being disciplined, I think it's a lot to do with the transitional side of the game. That's where Terminix, the Horquetta Rangers, is so very good at. It's turning defense into offense quite quickly. They've got a lot of pace in and around the squad. Explosive players that can hurt you at the drop of a hat.
Well, it's a full house, and one that Jason Joseph and company look to silence, but St. Hilaire snuffs out that danger. It's Crete. Daniel getting a place in the starting lineup this evening. Ross Russell Jr. all the way back to Jabari St. Hilaire. Even the goalkeepers are being rotated. St. Hilaire getting a spot over Jabari Bryce, the regular first choice. Both of them formidable goalkeepers. Ross Russell Jr. He's got options. Punches it in here. And a shot.
A good finish.
Oh, goodness me. Well, the post is still ringing after that effort. And it's a warning sign there. They've hit the doorbell. What can they do again? Ross Russell Jr. this time he's fouled. And Suarez has to look out.
Well, I tell you, when he took this nice pivot turn here, had already pronounced it into the back of the net, James. What a quality strike there.
Well, he scored a hat-trick in the last game, Isaiah Lee. And he's showing his intent to continue that trend, if allowed to.
Well, he found a pocket, didn't he? And once he was able to get on that turn, he had one thing on his mind. It's excellent. I don't think you could ask for much more there in terms of execution. Although the post may have something different to say about that. That's good stuff. And it's what we talked about with Rangers. Transition.
Certainly a very good team in transition. Quite deadly. They've got lots of pace. They've also rested Javon Morris this evening. Reliable centre back. Ross Russell Jr. trying to link up with Corbin. That is cut out. Here's Neil Benjamin Jr. I tell you what, seems to be a gap in intensity at the moment as Russell Jr. steams down the left-hand wall. That one was, if he's aimed it at the crowd, well, he's done a good job. Other than that, well, you'd want to have that effort back.
You're normally a very good supply line, Ross Russell Jr. Not on that occasion. Just overhit his mark there. Always willing to get forward, isn't he, Ross Russell Jr.?
Got 2 goals in the last match. The son of a former T&T international goalkeeper and national team assistant coach, Ross Russell Sr. Soccer World. Jason Joseph linking up well. Yes, Kadeem Corbin. Well cut out. Here's Jamal Crate, the captain. Sturge. It's a slow start in this match. Just about 12 minutes gone, still goalless between Rangers and Central Soccer World.
I think Coach Boyce would be quite happy with that. They've been very disciplined as we called for. They've kept their shape and made it pretty difficult for Rangers to, of course, find any gaps and any possibilities outside of that Isaiah rocket on the post. They haven't had much to feed on. I think a lot of it is down to the pace of the game as well. I think if Rangers were to play a little bit faster, it may cause a problem here and there for Central Soccer World, but it's been a bit too slow.
Oh, he'd won that one back, the skipper, Jamal Crate. As Jason Joseph, his experience is going to be needed this evening.
Well, I think even in this segment of the game as well, to speed up the game, and that would benefit Rangers, James, I think they need to press Central Soccer World a bit higher up the park. That, of course, will now result in a faster tempo game, and that's what Rangers really want. They want to play at a quicker tempo. They can't allow Central Soccer World to just waltz out of their own half in possession, unopposed.
Oh, that's well cut out. Joseph looking for passing options. Finally does find one, aimed in at Benjamin Jr. Couldn't get the better of Sturge. Anybody's ball. Crate goes for it, totally mistimes his jump. It's challenged by the skipper Frederick. Well, they're just playing volleyball at the moment, but they've done well to get it away from the piggy in the middle. Just seem to be playing that patience game, as Brent mentioned.
Well, it suits Central Soccer World. The longer they keep this at 0-0, it's the longer, well, certainly they would feel that they have a chance of sneaking away with all 3 points. They know they would have to contain what Terminix Horquetta Rangers presents.
Well, that's a tough one for Isaiah Lee to chase, but he does win a throw. Well cut out. Well, he's created some space for himself to get it away. And Jason Jones goes flying. Well, they're certainly not making it easy for them to find space, Terminix Rangers. Credit to them. Well, this is long and in search of the attacker, but Johannes Richardson cuts it out well. Creed gets the move going forward. Yes, Gill. That's a good run from Gill, opening up space for Tyrone Charles. But he just couldn't get the definitive touch to hold on to that one. Certainly opened up the pitch there. Gill cutting inside. Well, that man, on the other hand, he's asking for the pitch to be made smaller by his team, Central Soccer World.
And they've done a fairly good job of that so far. They've really not allowed Rangers any joy.
Well, out of the 15 goals scored by Terminix Horquetta Rangers, just one of them was scored in their 1-0 draw with Defence Force in their opening match. So Coach Randall Boyce and company would have been looking at that match for inspiration ahead of this fixture. Oh, that's not a good touch from Joseph. Gives possession back to Rangers as he run himself into trouble there. Daniel certainly has. It's Daniel David's first starting appearance for Rangers. Well, they're on the hunt. That's a good turn from Gill. And a shot opening up here. Wow. I'm not sure the goalkeeper knew much about the second one. The first one he got his hand straight, then it seemed to have come off the post maybe. The important thing is he kept it out from Daniel David. But they're certainly knocking and they've resorted to banging on the door now.
I tell you what, James, he's done really well to keep that out the net. It took a wicked bounce right in front of him, got his hands behind it, and you always felt that with that sort of deflection that it could have easily snuck in. Goalkeeper Diego Suarez there, eventually getting both hands behind it.
Well, they're keeping as well. The fans entertained though. Here comes Rangers. Good service, well headed out. Real Gill keeps it alive for Corbin to swing another one in. Can't pass the man at the near post. And, oh, they're going to send this one far away from the dangerous area. Sturge has to hustle. Great, good touch on. And that one will be put into touch. It's another throw for Rangers. Johannes Richards, the former Shiva Boys man. Oh, that's a good pass. Tyrone Charles does well to keep it in. Ross Russell Jr. keeps it alive. There's another bite at the cherry. Charles. Well, certainly not finding the kind of space that you'd be hoping for. Tyrone Charles down the left side for Rangers. Oh, just slowing down the tempo at every opportunity. Here's the captain, Frederick. To be playing according to plan. They know that Rangers are known to suck teams in and counter-attack with pace, not making any rash passes forward, biding their time, looking for incisive moments. Just feel though that the ball movement can be a bit quicker. Oh, they were quick to spot that danger.
And I think from a Horquetta Rangers perspective, at some point in this game, they're going to want to up the tempo and dictate the pace of this game. They haven't done it so far. And again, credit to Central Soccer World. They've not made it easy for them.
Ross Russell Jr. Kadeem Corbin. Thought of a shot. Dished it into a wide area. Almost got the return service. Maybe another opportunity. Central Soccer World defending really deep at the moment. Oh, he's run himself into some trouble, has he? Still managed to keep it. And again, very methodical build-up from the men in green. No rush to play it forward. Aimed at Benjamin Jr. His header not well directed. Frederick keeps possession well. Finally to get some space to push forward. Well, they're committing numbers forward now, but they've lost possession in a dangerous area. And Real Gill is off to the races. And could Corbin be through? Does it? Keeper, has he done enough to keep it out? Well, he hasn't. And the home crowd goes wild. All it took was one moment, one chance, and Kadeem Corbin, well, this time, he's battered the door down, and they're 1-0 ahead.
Well, you knew there was always going to be danger when, of course, Central Soccer World started throwing numbers forward. But that's intelligent play there by Real Gill. Speculative finish at best by Corbin, but was still able to get it into the back of the net. The one opportunity that Rangers needed in transition results in a goal. 1-0 up to Terminix and Horquetta Rangers.
Well, Leon Wiley always looked in trouble when he was sent on a foot race with Kadeem Corbin. It's like a Safa Powell coming up against an under 15. You know who would win that one. And got to give credit to Corbin, though. He was rattled, but he stayed on his feet to get the finish away.
Well, it was an intelligent run as well. He stayed on side, he timed it well. Both him and Real Gill, of course, linking up there to the devastation of Central Soccer World. You just always knew it, James, as well. Once of course, Central Soccer World started to throw numbers forward, that was always going to be the danger, the power and pace and precision of this team in transition. And here they go again.
Well, Russell Jr., the fullback, he's going ahead of Tyrone Charles. Loves getting forward. It's a dangerous looking pass here.
That's intelligent.
Well, they've cleaned that up well. Danger snuffed out. Well, just took one chance from that man, Real Gill. 18 years old, Real Gill. Certainly a promising one for the future. Scored 2 goals in the match against Police FC in their 4-2 win. Game week 2. Was out of the team for a match against Moruga where he scored 11. But he's back, and what a bang. An impact he's made since coming.
Well, the timing of the pass, James, we've seen even at the top level players have gotten that wrong. The weight of pass and of course the timing of it, and both were spot on by the man on the ball now.
Well, here he is again, Real Gill. This time he couldn't pick out.
Thought he could have been a bit more direct there, James. Maybe take his man on.
Well, he has another experienced man, Neil Benjamin Jr. And, well, he gave it, but he wasn't given the green light to go forward because the pass was wayward.
Look at the timing of that. All that Corbin had to do was run onto it, and give Corbin credit. Despite the little nudge on the back right at this moment, he still had the composure to put it past goalkeeper Suarez, who stuck a leg out in vain.
Well, here's more. Oh, well, was there a handball? They're certainly appealing for it. Play continues. Chance opening up by Isaiah Lee. That is well cut out by the captain, Ryan Frederick. Suarez certainly got a break. He thought that might have been on target had it not been for that man. Well, they're certainly huffing and puffing more than we saw earlier.
Well, again, Central Soccer World is starting to push more players forward, which is obviously leaving gaps at the back. And when you leave gaps at the back. This very potent Terminix Horquetta Rangers team, you're asking for trouble.
Well, he was onside there as the flag stayed down. Neil Benjamin Jr. would hope for a better touch. This player that has won Caribbean club titles with W Connection. The son of Neil Benjamin Sr. His father at Caroni FC in the old semi-professional league. He's got big expectations on his shoulder, the young Benjamin Jr. And what about that man, Kadeem Corbin, 24 years old. He's a Caribbean Cup winner with Trinidad and Tobago. 2014, that team led by Derek King. Still has a lot of years ahead of him to make an impact at the senior level. He's also man of the tournament, I think, back in 2014, Corbin.
A tournament with a particular Levi Garcia.
Certainly.
As part of that.
It's hard to upstage a team that includes Levi Garcia. Well, this is long, and Sturge does the policing as he allows it to go for a throw. So we are approaching the half-hour mark as some precipitation comes down here in La Horquetta. Tell you what, the fans don't seem to mind. The home team, of course, leading by 1-0. Well, that one never found its intended target. Crate. And Central push forward. Again, cut out by Sturge. Well positioned. Well, he fell down, but he got that one into Lee. But Suarez was really quick off his line.
Very good goalkeeping, James.
But you just feel that he certainly kept them alive there with that save there. Suarez.
Well, he was very alert, falling there. And he always fancied Isaiah Lee to get to that one. But Suarez would have proved different. Very positive goalkeeping.
Wiley. Goes in search of Benjamin Jr. Turns, tries to run into space, but well, Caleb Sturge has positionally been very good so far. Well, that's a foul on the captain, Frederick. I just wonder how Central Soccer World are going to approach the match now that they've found themselves trailing.
I don't think much can change in terms of their approach so far. They have to be very wary of these types of situations, and that's Terminix La Horquetta Rangers in full flight in transition.
Well, Corbin had the ambition of a man just out of university. Fortunately, the aspiration he hoped for didn't match the ambition. It just tells you the type of mood that he's in.
Well, you look at him and you look at Isaiah Lee, and of course Real Gell on the next side of attack. That's a frightening proposition for any defense.
They're poking, they're asking questions. Can they get solutions? Central Soccer World. Wiley outrun for the opening goal of the match. Jason Joseph. Good tackle from Crate, but it can open up for Central here.
That's a penalty. That's a penalty.
It's a related whistle, and has he pointed to the spot? Brent Sancho seems to think so. Johannes Richardson, well, he gets a yellow card for his hard work, done the dirty way, and seems to have pointed to the spot, the referee.
Well, once the ball broke loose here, it was always a gamble. Numbers already piling forward. Oh, that's outside of the box. I tell you what, I'd like to take another look at that one. To me, the initial contact may have been just outside of the box. Now, if it's on the line, of course, it is a penalty. And as we take another look at it here, as the ball springs forward, look at the contact, the right leg of Richardson, right there.
That's a penalty. Yeah, if he didn't make contact. Of course, I don't have the benefit of a reverse angle, but foul was given, so there was contact.
Yeah, there's enough within that shot to suggest that it is a penalty. Very close. But Terminix Horquetta Rangers got caught there, James. We talked about a way back into the game for Central Soccer World, and I think they may have found it. Of course, they have to execute now.
Well, he's got the expectations of the entire world in Central on his shoulders. Oh, and he's done well. No keeper in the world was stopping that one. High into the top corner, and they found their way back into the match. What a goal. Camille Rivers seems to be the goal scorer.
Yeah, long run up here by Rivers. And that's a good strike. That is a top strike.
Well, he's been a long-standing servant for W Connection. And, well, he's brought the connection with his Central teammates, Camille Rivers. As he puts them ahead, nothing he could do. And it's 1-1 just after the half-hour mark. Game on. Well, football certainly is a cruel game. And he's pleading that it's a cruel decision against him, Camille Rivers. Comes from a long line of rivers in the Central area. Waterloo, that's the area he comes from. It's a brother who is a very famous gospel artist in Trinidad and Tobago, Rivers. Well, that's a good one. And oh, just off the upright. Well, I tell you what, I've been asking answers how they would respond. And, well, Suarez just found the answer to that. And Tyrone Charles, he's wondering what he did wrong there.
Well, everything was right with this delivery. Heads up there. It looks like Isaiah Lee with the header. Free header. Should have cashed in.
I tell you what, there's nothing that he would have been able to do had that stayed under the crossbar.
Well, in terms of execution, there's not much you can do to fault him. James, he headed down, the ball hit the surface. But I think, of course, the pace of it caused the ball to go up to the crossbar. I think this is a very important 5 to 10 minutes here for Central Soccer World.
And open up Neil Benjamin Jr. Oh, there's a flag now. But he opted to lay it back for the oncoming player, Benjamin Jr. A turn might have taken everyone out of the equation. Doesn't matter now, it's all speculative and what ifs as the flag has gone up. Well, that's a good tackle from Real Gill. Flag does go up though, and Corbin is halted. Well, lots of attitude there from the referee's assistant. Crowd certainly loving every minute of it.
Well, if there's one thing the fans here at La Horquetta Recreational Ground can't say is that they have been thoroughly of course, entertain throughout the Ascension series. I can't think of any game where you were scratching your head wondering where you were. They have been treated to a feast here in La Horquetta. If you've not been down this side, I encourage you to come down.
Well, is there any room in the inn? So 1-1 as we're inside the final 10 minutes of the first half. What I love about the crowd in La Horquetta, we've seen rain before, and barely moves them.
Well, that's the sign of true supporters. Making sure they're here through thick and thin with their team.
Well, it's back to the chess match that we saw in the early minutes of the game. And, well, it's a burst of pace yet again. And again, it's that guy, Real Gill, turning on the afterburners. This time he's double-teamed well, but it's given away to Crate. It's Corbin. Wow, how about that for a block? Certainly jammed his receptors as he intended to connect with the net. I'll tell you what, some signs of life on the bench for Terminix Rangers. Might be a defensive change. Leslie Russell is being primed to come in.
I was looking at Johannes Richardson, and he seemed to be struggling a lot of stretching activities, pointing towards the hamstring area. So that may be a like-for-like change.
Well, it's a shot here, and well, wide of the mark. Certainly worth the effort. Daniel David got his coordinates mixed up. Is there more drama before the end of the first half? Scores level. Hasn't been the most exciting match, but it certainly has been a very solid game. Decent quality between this pair.
Now we see La Horquetta Rangers pressing high up the park.
Well, Wiley seemed to press him every time he's in possession. He's caught napping there. Finally they get it away. Seems perhaps they're choosing who to press.
And I think that's the question. And we talked about the tempo of the game. And as I said, I think if Rangers was to do this from the word go, then they would force the tempo to be a lot higher. They've resorted now, we're in the 39th minute, to press Central Soccer World high up the park.
Well, we're not forgetting the back of the park as Leslie Russell comes in. He will replace Johannes Richardson, scratching his left hamstring. His evening comes to an end, getting his first start. Lasted 39 minutes. Russell will have his first test here though, as Central push forward. Here's Wiley. Quarterback style, aimed in at Benjamin Jr. Well, Russ Russell Jr. lost his footing, and he's happy that his team did not lose the advantage.
Tell you what, James, that could have been to his detriment. I think if Neil Benjamin Jr. had continued with his surge forward, he may have, of course, been the recipient of that pass and that slip, of course, by Russ Russell Jr. I think if Coach Boyce goes into this one at one apiece, he'll be a happy man.
Yeah, I think that La Horquetta perhaps would be the team less happy with a 1-0 scoreline at halftime. Well, they're looking to change that though to Tyrone Charles. Cut out. Can he get another opportunity? Well, he's taken his man out. He's recovered well. Ross Russell Jr. Looking for options. Just piling bodies forward, Terminix Rangers. That one aimed at Gill, bit sloppy. They lose possession, but he has won it back well. Speculative. Should be easy to clear for Central. He's got a big task, keeping Neil Benjamin Jr. at bay. Leslie Russell started all the previous matches for Terminix Rangers. He's given a rest in this match, but he's been forced to come off the bench early as Fredericks gets the referee support after a rough challenge. Tries to take it quickly, but he's prevented from doing that from Daniel David. Not allowing the captain Frederick to get away with a quick one. If it's one thing to say that Horquetta Rangers doesn't lack, is intensity, game intensity. Maruga would have felt the brunt of that last week.
Well, they have some very explosive players within their lineup in terms of pace and power and what they bring to a football match.
Well, he'll have to defend at this free kick taken by Rivers, and too high. It's a lot better from set pieces. Kemuel Rivers, not this time. Well, great. He certainly was greeted by a stomp to the instep there. He tried to get that one, Kemuel Rivers. Short man, but he's a big presence in defense. It's Benjamin Jr. Good footwork. Wins the free kick. Playing almost as a lone striker, Benjamin Jr. He's known for his explosive pace in his youth. Haven't seen any of that this evening. Aimed in at Benjamin Jr. Can he keep this one alive? Double teaming him as Ross Russell Jr. helps out with Sturge.
What he has done is occupy the Rangers' rear guard, and because of that, it's allowed the likes of Bourne and Fredericks and others to get involved in attacking situations when they do attack. And that's, I'm very sure, what Coach Boyce would want from him. Mightn't have the opportunity to get in behind them, and he's certainly done a good job in occupying them.
Oh, that's not the lightest of touches from Kemuel Rivers. Apologizes to his teammates. Big part of W Connection's team in the early 2000s. It's part of the CONCACAF Club Championship teams. Caribbean Cup winning teams as well. It's Crete. Turns into traffic. Referee deems that he was impeded.
Yeah, that's the correct call. I think Creighton trying to step away from his man. Yeah, Frederick a bit late there with that challenge.
Well, here's a chance for Horquetta as Corbin is stopped. As we've entered the additional time, just 1 minute added. He's had a rough night, hasn't he? Jamal Crete. Creighton, as it's pronounced locally.
You have to give credit to the likes of Frederick and, of course, the rest of that midfield for Central Soccer World. They've worked very, very hard in containing the Horquetta Rangers. They still got some work to do here.
Well, is there to be some advantage now for Rangers? Not this time. Sturge does well. Contain the danger. Might be the last bit of action for the half. Or is it? Oh, that's clever. Thomas. One last bit of action perhaps. Skyrim Thomas switches flanks. Here's Real Gill. Tyrone Charles rather. Gill gets in the act. And his shot, well, just not as accurate as you'd like. He didn't take any chances though, Suarez. He's been kept pretty quiet this evening, Gill.
Yeah, he has been quiet, and I think the wide play in particular from Rangers is not to the standards that we're used to. Again, we talk about that word quality in the final third. Certainly has been lacking again in this second game.
Well, the final whistle comes, and it meets Terminix Horquetta Rangers level on scores, one apiece with Central Soccer World. And certainly a first half, not as explosive as you might have expected from the home team, but certainly one that is fair, you would say, for both teams.
Yeah, I think it's a fair result going into the halftime break. And a lot of credit have to be given to Central Soccer World and their approach to this one. They've been compact, they've been disciplined, and they've been rigid. Very difficult to break down. We talked about, of course, the explosiveness of Terminix Horquetta Rangers. We haven't been able to see that. And again, that is down to the work rate and the abilities of Central Soccer World. A game lacking a bit of quality in the final third. However, at the end of the day, I think Central Soccer World will be happy with this halftime score thus far.
So scores tied at one apiece between Rangers and Central Soccer World. We take a pause and come back with more.
A win for Sheffield United could put them into second spot. Bristol City, Sheffield United, Monday, April 18 at 11:30 a.m., 12:30 a.m. ECT on Sportsmax.
Hola, soy Sergio Busquets. Mira la liga en Sportsmax.
6 big months equaling some of the biggest properties in the world of sport: athletics, cricket, basketball, horse racing, and football from July to December. Don't miss a start, a wicket, a point, a furlong, or a goal. The Commonwealth Games, Caribbean Premier League, the return of schoolboy football, NBA. All live and coming to you on your home of champions.
Fear you're missing out? Don't miss another event with Sportsmax. Enjoy full live content on our YouTube channel. Keep up to date with all things sports. Rewatch highlights of your favorite zone moments. Join our community and share in the passion of sports viewers everywhere. Like, comment, share, and subscribe to the Sportsmax YouTube channel today.
Well, the Ascension Angels certainly creating a heavenly atmosphere for the fans here at the Horquetta Recreation Ground, as it's halftime between Terminix Horquetta Rangers and Central Soccer World. Let's take a look at the first half highlights and the first chance of the match. Isaiah Lee rattling the crossbar. And then there was more. David forcing Suarez into a save. Not sure he knew much about that. And then Gill opening the door for Corbin, and he knocked and was eventually let in, and they took a 1-0 advantage. Nothing Wiley could do to contain him, and Suarez couldn't keep that out. Cristiano Ronaldo type celebration from Corbin. And then Vespas opening the door for them, And how about that for a save, though, from the goalkeeper Suarez. On the other end, the captain, Frederick, impeded. Johannes Richardson. And Kemuel Rivers puts it where no man can get to. And that made it 1 apiece. Central Soccer World back in the match. And certainly enjoying it, the veteran. More chances on the other end for Horquetta and Ross Russell Jr. Well, he certainly feels robbed by that one as it came off the crossbar. Kemuel Rivers had a late punt at goal from the free kick. And this time not hitting the target. And at halftime, it remains 1-1 between Terminix Horquetta Rangers and Central Soccer World. So a match even, not on shots though, as 6 shots to 3 in favor of Horquetta Rangers. Although 2 shots on target for Horquetta and 1 on target for Central Soccer World. So very close in that regard. And well, they certainly lead on corners as well with 3 corners in their favor. It's time to look back at the highlights from week 3. Lots of action. Defense Force taking on Deportivo Point Fortin. This is a match that certainly created lots of highlights. Chances opening up all over. Deportivo with the first attempt, Andre Pacheco. And then Jordan Riley to Luke Phillip. And well, that's a team won by his standard. Later on, Hashim Asier's corner found the head of Brent Sam. And the brother of former T&T International, Hector Sam, put it away. More from Phillip and Akinola Gregory getting the equalizer, or the opening goal rather. Akinola Gregory involved yet again. And this time Phillip not very good on the follow-up shot. Later on, Defense Force would come huffing and a puffing. And this one unfortunately smashed wide. More chances opening up. That one well saved. And this one, well, it certainly got everyone going, but the goalkeeper standing up to the task. And a late chance in the end. The goalkeeper solid as a rock, Deportivo Point Fortin. And then Justin Sadu, the last chance of the match to try to make it a win for Defense Force. That match ending 1 apiece. Terminix Horquetta Rangers in the later game opened up the scoring against Moruga FC early on. Chance opening up, Isaiah Lee taking full advantage. And then opening it up with the captain, Jamal Crate. He gets his second. Moruga though did get on the score sheet. Atiba Charles making it 2-1. But then Junior Asun would smash one in the back of the net to give them the 3-1 advantage. And then an error from Jabari Bryce opens the door for Moruga, and Jeremy Carter makes it 3-2. Looked competitive until Isaiah Lee said nah, as he hits it in from close range, making it 4-2. Then Junior Asun on the act, 5-2 halftime. Atula Guerra came in as a substitute, and he's hitting the created chances, and that one fell nicely for Lee. He got his hat-trick in the match. 7-2 to score, and was the floodgates open? Certainly was, as this one pinged the wrong Captain Crate. And then Ike Manju is another substitute, cashing in. And there was more. Ross Russell Jr. deflected of Yatam Henry, makes it 9-2. And how about this for a finish from that man, Atula Guerra. And there was one chance again for Ross Russell Jr. He picked up his second in the match as the match finished 11-2 in favor of Horquetta Rangers. At the Arima Velodrome, there was action on the weekend as well. Central FC taking on Real Westford. And Rondell Gibson getting in on the score sheet early. 1-0 in the 30th minute for Westford. More drama later on, as Cordell Samuel got the equalizer. What a finish from the man who's played all over East Asia. Backs and forwards, and a goal for Romario Burke. Tackled, but he still managed to get it over the line, made it 2-1. And how do you miss from there? He's asking himself that question. Central FC again, and this time Romario Burke getting his second. And what an important second it was, an equalizer. Later on that evening at the Arima Velodrome, AC Port of Spain took on Central Soccer World. And Soccer World, Jai Curran to Nicholas Dillon, the former Central FC man. Shea Benny tried to answer on the opposite end, but Central Soccer World would make it 2-0. Bourne, oh wow. He certainly made a name for himself. Chances creating up. AC Port of Spain, would they get a consolation? They certainly did. McLean getting one in. And was there to be late drama? Indeed, there was. It's the Ascension tournament. Sean Thomas getting the equalizer. As that match, well, that ended 2-2. Rough battle. Everybody had their hands full. Speaking of hands full, Police FC, they took on Kunupia FC. A matchup between these two highly rated squads. And early on, a chance would open up here from close range, and oh, that's a good save in the end. Elijah Belgrave, and he's good with headers, and he opened the scoring with one for Police FC as they took a 1-0 lead. Certainly caused all sorts of trouble. Cameron Purcell getting another headed goal. Kunupia FC would respond to former T&T international Keon Daniel. And despite all of the pomp, ceremony, red cards and drama, that one finished 2-1 in favor of Police FC, who've moved to third in the standings. So lots of action in the Ascension Football Tournament. But right here in La Horquetta, the score tied between Terminix Rangers and Central Soccer World, one apiece. We take a break, and when we come back, second half action.
No matter the city,
the language,
the people, the game is the same. And the objective never changes.
At this stage,
the stakes are high, but the rewards
are even greater. So go out, rep your city, your club,
your stars, and hope that they can rise to the occasion. Otherwise,
well,
you know, the UEFA Europa League,
all season long,
on your home of champions.
Tennis is such an individual sport. We all are out there battling on our own for ourselves and
finding ways.
Yeah, finding ways. It's almost like chess. You're playing and figuring things out yourself.
I think we can all agree.
From the Caribbean broadcasters which brought you the Olympics,
This is the time of their lives.
witness the Curve to Games like never before. Over 500 athletes from 27 countries will grace the National Stadium in Kingston, Jamaica as they battle for the top prize and a sheer of glory. Watch the Curve to Games 2022, April 16 to 18 on Sportsmax. Presented by Quartz, bringing value home.
Well, it's all to play for in the second half in this Ascension tournament match. It's the big match here at the La Horquetta Recreation Ground. Terminix La Horquetta Rangers 1 versus Central Soccer World 1. Scores all tied. My name is James Saunders. Alongside me is former T&T international defender Brent Sancho. And what can we expect in the second half?
Well, I think from a Terminix Horquetta Ranger perspective, they certainly have to up the tempo. Of course, as much as they enjoy playing in transition, they're going to have to take this game to Central Soccer World. It's been a bit too comfortable for the boys from Central. And I think with the quality that Terminix Horquetta Rangers present within their lineup, I would expect them to be more of the aggressor. And for Central Soccer World, I think more of the same. They've been, as I said, very disciplined, very organized. And they're going to hope to continue that, really. It's going to be intriguing to see how Terminix Horquetta Rangers approach this second half. As you would have mentioned, James, they like to play almost a very low block with the hope of springing surprise attacks through transition for the other team.
Well, I can expect that some changes will be made. That's been the trend for the Horquetta Rangers in this competition. And when I do my mathematics, see 2 players are missing, and then the sidelines, Tula Guerra and Ikem Andrews look set to come in. So they've gone for some reinforcement, some quality reinforcement. And attack seems to be the order of the day as they look to spring some goals on the board. Well, Central Soccer World are just making their way out of the tunnel as they're making their way onto the field.
They've got to start well, Central Soccer World. They've got to continue with the way that they played in the first half. This first 10 minutes in the second half, James, it's extremely important for both teams. I think a goal by Terminix Horquetta Rangers could see them go on to the ascendancy, and maybe even go into 3 or 4. I think if Central Soccer World was to pull one out of the hat, that would make for a very, very interesting night here in La Horquetta Recreational Ground.
So Tula Guerra has come in, and Central Soccer World might have made a change of their own. We'll confirm that. That is to be confirmed. But changes made. Tula Guerra in. Ikem Andrews also in. So they're going to be part of the attacking 4. Isaiah Lee, Tula Guerra, Real Gill, and Ikem Andrews. Well, the fans are all hyped up and ready for second half action.
Well, they would have switched it to 3-5-2, haven't they, Terminix Horquetta Rangers? I think they feel the need to overpower their opponent, and right away they're playing high up the park. So that's any questions we ask about that, there's the answer.
Well, it's Lee, and well, his intentions are quite clear. Tells you much about the halftime team talk. He tried to get a shot away really quickly.
Yeah, I'm sure there were some teacups and saucers thrown around there in the changing room. Certainly a below par performance in the first half by Terminix Horquetta Rangers, but a lot of it was to their own doing. Very, very lax in their approach.
Well, there's a chance that is easily snuffed out by Leslie Russell.
That's a good ball.
How about that? He's broken the press, and Tula Guerra has a shot. Real Gill tries to get the follow-up, which is quickly cleared. It's Jason Joseph. They're going to push forward now to the captain, Frederick. But he's done well.
He's done very well
to get it forward in a dangerous area. And well, the clearance is less than convincing as it's picked up here by Crete. Kadeem Corbin motoring forward. Linking up with Gill.
That's good.
Touch too heavy in the end from Corbin. It's a foot race here that Leslie Russell should win easily. Well, the 3 defenders in the back have certainly opened up some space that Neil Benjamin Jr. Company might try to exploit. But first they've got to stop this man on the other end, Real Gill. Oh, he's done well for himself, hasn't he? Chance opening up, and how important was that clearance? Ross Russell Jr. lining one up to shoot. He's measured his really well. And has that come off the foot of the post?
Yes, I'm not sure if goalkeeper Diego Suarez knew much about it.
Must have spoken a different language. Tower of Babel type stuff. Confused him all ends up. Most importantly, did not go in. Well, it looked like a bit of a hope from Ross Russell Jr. when he was lining it up, but he certainly got it on target. Almost got some reward for it as well. It's Crete. Ike Andrews. Gill. Andrews to battle for this one. Well, he's done well to win it, and the referee agrees that it was legally done. Russell Jr. turning into traffic. Fortunate to get away with that one. Here's Corbin. He's been a pest all day. Proving yet again. Oh, he sent his man for drinks here. End product lacking low.
Well, certainly Rangers have upped the tempo so far in the second half. We talked about it at the interval, and they have delivered. That's a good ball.
Tulagera should be in here. Flag comes up belatedly. So the attempted shot would not matter, but it did come late. Man labeled the Trini Ronaldinho. Couldn't find the target that time around. Had a productive time in the USL. Scored a number of goals at Tulagera in the 11. Labeled the Prince of Port of Spain at one time. Such was the season where I think he was the club's player of the season. Sturge gets it away. Ross Russell Jr. tries to pick out Corbin. Ike Andrews helps out as they motor forward at pace. This time he's pushed off out of possession and has won a free kick.
Well, as these games unfold, James, you have to wonder the amount of white shirts being pushed forward by Rangers. Can Central Soccer World exploit in the other end? There's certainly gaps there.
Certainly is. Neil Benjamin Jr. certainly can exploit it. That one, just too much juice.
That's where the danger lies for, of course, Terminix, Horquetta Rangers. I think we're chasing 3 points here.
Well, Ike Andrews couldn't control that one, and will be a throw-in. Certainly a chess match developing here. Both teams seem to have changed their strategy somewhat. A lot more space being created for Central Soccer World to exploit, with the Horquetta Rangers in search of goals. That man, he likes goals being scored by his team. He did say in the pre-match though that he looks to win matches, and his team starts from scratch in every fixture. But it's instinctive. Love scoring goals. Looking for Gill. 12. Found another Gill perhaps, not the intended one. Just over 5 minutes gone in the second half. Scores remain tied at 1 apiece. Some miscommunication between the two former W Connection men, Kemuel Rivers and Benjamin Jr. Lots of space for Ross Russell Jr. to charge forward. Corbin flicked into dangerous area by Ike Andrews, but easy for Suarez.
And every time Ross Russell Jr. attacks, he leaves, of course, a 2v2 situation behind him. As I said, as this game continues to develop, it will be very interesting to see how that pans out.
Well, that's an interesting point because, of course, they've switched to a 3-5-2. Ross Russell Jr. is part of that 3, but he has a penchant for pushing forward.
And sometimes not getting back in time. And we know the pace of Neil Benjamin Jr. It's well documented. So it's really a high-stake game here. A lot at stake. And a big gamble. Yeah.
Well, if you're a betting man, even for you, it might be difficult to call at the moment. Ikem Andrews. Russell Jr. again pushing forward. Gets it to Ikem. Oh, he's done well, hasn't he? Been pushed back though. So that's good defending. Good service. Can he pick out Lee? Does. Chance opening up here, and that was a good hit though. Just couldn't pin the donkey's tail. Daniel David. Chance opening up here.
Offside.
Frederick. And this is offside.
Got to time his run. Because you're going to find yourself in those sorts of situations. It's so important that you time your run.
Well, from a neutral's perspective, he must certainly opened up, and Suarez has stopped his team from being opened up. Or has he? He hasn't, because they call him when they are in trouble, and he delivers as Atula Guerra gets the definitive touch for Terminix the Rangers, despite the best efforts of that man. And it's 2-1 to Terminix.
Well, it all started with that excellent reverse pass by Corbin Russell with the initial good save by goalkeeper Suarez on Andrews, and that man there, Johnny on the spot, or in this reference, Tula on the spot, to bring his team 1 goal ahead against Central Soccer World. Terminix La Horquetta Rangers going back on the advantage.
I'll tell you what, the fans certainly enjoyed that one. Had a lot of work to do, Atula Guerra, when he got into position, but it was that feint that just gave him an opportunity, and what a finish that was. Yes, Real Gill, he's smelling blood in the water.
That's a poor cross.
Still keep it alive. Central Soccer World have been wounded. Can they recover? Corbin. Lee knocks it down. Couldn't pick out a teammate.
That's late. That's very late.
Benjamin Jr. feels the wrath of Leslie Russell.
Teammates at one point at W Connection.
Well, certainly.
That challenge wouldn't suggest so. Maybe it's a bit of a friendly tap.
Here's Ross Russell Jr. charging forward. Just loves getting forward, doesn't he? Well, Corbin got some defensive treatment there from Jason Joseph. Sturge. Russell Jr. Corbin. Certainly been very active on the left hand of the attack. That's a nice searching ball. Well cut out. And Central come away with it. Camuel Rivers. Thought about going long there. But he... Oh, that's the bad area to give away possession to a man like Isaiah Lee, because he's a sniper. Just has one shot to get the kill, and has that been the kill shot as Rangers take a 3-1 lead against Central Soccer World.
Well, it was a poor decision here. Picked his pocket, and that's a good finish. Give goalkeeper Suarez absolutely no chance.
Well, Isaiah Lee, his scoring streak continues. Got a hat-trick in the last match, and, well, has opened his account this evening. What a goal that is.
But we did say at the half whether or not Central Soccer World could keep their discipline, and certainly it has not panned out that way the first 10 minutes or so of the second half. We did say the first 10 minutes as well of the second half would be very important for both teams. And Central Soccer World certainly have not played in the same vein or manner that they would have exhibited in the first half. They'll be very disappointed in what they've done so far.
Well, in a dangerous spot at the moment. Of course, venture forward in search of goals. Terminix Rangers, they haven't stopped doing that since the second half began.
Well, they started to engage, of course, Central Soccer World a bit higher up the park, which has forced the game tempo or the speed of the game to go up a notch. And that's what we were calling for in the first half. Rangers want to play at a very high tempo, and to play at a high tempo, you have to, of course, start engaging your opponent a bit higher up the park. And they've done that in the second half.
Ike Manjus, T&T Senior International. Real Gill. That's a good-looking ball in. Well, has he been held back there? The referee allows the advantage to continue. Oh, and that's a good dummy. Could he get out? Suarez, what a save, or has he kept it out? Goodness me. Well, we talk about Good Friday miracles happening. That was one of them. Suarez somehow kept that out of his net. And everybody's asking questions. How?
Well, in all the melee, Leslie Russell ends up in the referee book, but you're correct. How did that stay out?
Well, doesn't matter. He's done it.
As Corbin picks it up here, gets it in there to Isaiah. He misses control. Guerra with the shot. Soros can handle. Ball can be in the back of the net and eventually cleared. It's all happening here in the second half.
And he's been at the heart of most of it. Suarez. It's been yin and yang for him. He's kept some out. And he's seen some fly past him. What a night.
Well, if you were to have a look at his face, you wouldn't tell that anything's happening. Looked like the coolest man in La Horquetta.
Certainly does. Here's Ross Russell Jr. And one of those motoring runs of his opens up lots of space for Corbin. And, well, would have preferred a better pass though, Corbin. Not finding his target this time. And Frederick inspire his boys to get back in the contest. They did it once in the first half. Question is, can it be done again?
Well, it's going to mean throwing numbers forward. And, of course, we all know what would result if they are to expose themselves in that way. But if they want anything out of this game, they're going to have to take the gamble. Rangers certainly have.
So the halftime changes being dividend for Terminix Rangers. Oh, that's a bad slip, but he's recovered well. Jamal Creek. Cut out. Jason Joseph. Neil Benjamin Jr. Cut out by Sturge. Kemiel Rivers tries to keep it alive. Well, that's good from Sturge, but Creighton, sorry, but he's lost it. And Real Gill, despite his best attempt, couldn't keep that in. Well, the intensity has certainly gone up a couple notches. Here's Corbin looking to get in on the act himself. Oh, what a save from Suarez. And, well, I tell you what, he's got the fist of steel, and he's got the evidence to prove it. Doesn't take away the sting, though.
Well, again, it comes from engaging Central Soccer World high up the park. Corbin twisting and turning, and eventually Suarez spilling that one out.
Well, they're turning up the style and the tempo. Rivers gets ahead on that one. There's Lee, deflected, almost found its way to the skipper, Jamal Crate. Does win a corner though. Well, I tell you, when you're having a nightmare, you don't want it to increase. And well, reinforcements are coming, to tell you that much. Another former national player warming up. Here's Gill.
That's good skill.
Torment by Knight, and he's won a corner. Takes the torment by Bay and Knight. Whatever time he's playing, Real Gill.
But sometimes it's hard to believe he's only 18 years old. Tremendous possibilities in a young man. I do stress on the word possibilities. It's now turning that possibility, of course, into reality. It's all down to him.
That's certainly where the hard work comes in. David got himself into some trouble. Well won by Benjamin Jr. Rivers. Got Benjamin Jr. ahead of him. Rivers in support. Good high press employed by Rangers. And green shirts are struggling to find these spaces. Here's Benjamin Jr. He's got some space to run into. Can he take Leslie Russell for a run? Oh, that's a good pass, and wow, almost found his captain lurking. Well, he knows he got away.
But I think there, young Frederick, I tell you what, good ball in there by Benjamin. And if you want to win the lottery, you've got to buy a ticket. And Frederick certainly didn't purchase his ticket there. Ball screaming past him, and he should be at least breaking his neck to get at the end of it. Clever play by Benjamin.
Well, changes are being lined up for both teams. It's Corbin to Ike Andrews. Oh, that's a good return ball to Corbin. Keeps it alive to David. Oh, he's good feet, sorry. Well, they're all lining up to have a crack. Need some more accuracy, though. So changes are afoot. And Central Soccer World, they've got two lined up. So Keelan Burnett is the player set to come in. And he replaces Theophilus Bourne. And the second change would see Josiah King make his way on. And he will replace Jason Joseph. So Joseph sees the end of his night. And In comes the number 10, Josiah King. I think they want another change as well. Going to bring on their third change. Nicholas Dillon. Surprise. Well, he has the number of Nicholas Dillon. As he comes in, former Central FC man. And the change for Rangers, Real Gill has come off, and incoming is former national youth player Kishon Sicharan.
Well, has to be a foul. I'm surprised it isn't.
Well, Dillon gets a very, very heavy welcome.
And here he is here. That's a lot of shoulder in that challenge. Welcome to La Horquetta, courtesy of Isaiah Lee. Not sure if that was a hallmark card inscription.
Certainly would make a nice one. It's a corner. The substitute King swings it in. Well, they've got some big task ahead of them. And the other substitute gets another hallmark special. I tell you, welcomes are changing these days. Keelan Burnett this time.
Clever bit of skill here.
Like Andrews giving him the
warm reception.
So it's another opportunity to attack. Long gone past the hour mark. And well, this could be anybody's ball. Goalkeeper Sintele ensures that it's his. And here comes one of those firestorm races. Bump on the back, but they do win a throw back for their team, Central Soccer World. Kishon Sicharan being sent on a sprint. Did play for the Caribbean Cup winning national under-20 team. So joins his teammate Ikem Andrews and the attacker out wide, Kadeen Corbin, as three members of that Caribbean Cup winning team on the field at the moment. Also did play for the Defence Force as well in the Professional Football League.
Had a stint at Central FC as well. And AC Port of Spain, then known Naughty Stars.
Well, Benjamin Jr. is determined to keep that alive. He's done well. Here's Rivers looking for space to cross, and what a good cross that was. Almost picked out his man, lurking in the area. Nicholas Dillon was hoping for some purchase on that one. It's one man you never really want to give space to cross. Camille Rivers, he's very efficient at them. Done well to keep it.
It's a good ball as well.
Good defending though from David. And good cover as well. So Isaiah Lee helping out in the defending. King did well to keep it alive, and it's booted out. Will be a throw to Central Soccer World. Well, they forced the home team on the back foot for the last few minutes.
A lot of it is down to the offensive changes that have made. King and of course Nicholas Dillon certainly has the quality to get this Central Soccer World team back into this contest.
18 minutes remaining in regulation time. Is that enough time for Soccer World to mount some sort of fight back? Rangers have all right to feel in charge of this affair. They'll lead 3-1. Can't get better assurance than that. Well, here's Cicheran. Got good footwork. And the Corbin. Oh, goodness me. Certainly delighted the fans at the far corner. Carrying on dancing sessions. High pressure, maintains possession.
As the heavens is open again. It's a bumper crowd here again at La Horquetta recreational ground.
Well, that's a piercing run from Isaiah Lee. Oh, that's a nice reverse. And got a good touch, the defender. Still keep it alive. Ross Russell Jr. Nice crisp passing. Well cut out. And, well, it goes against them now. It's a foul.
The heavens are really opening up now.
Well, blessings for one team. Team that's on top. Long punt, looking for Rivers. That's good defending.
That's a good ball.
Well, is this a chance here?
He's lost his opportunity.
Yes, Corbin. Looking to attack quickly. Not that many options. Surprised that his main option was Ross Russell Jr. Part of the defensive three. Yes, Neil Benjamin Jr. He's got space to exploit. And not sure he chose the right option. Kemiel Rivers was bursting out to his left.
Yeah, certainly didn't make the right option there. Rivers was in acres of space, all by himself, crying out for a pass. And Neil Benjamin Jr. either didn't hear him or didn't want to hear him.
I think it's the latter. He has an opportunity for redemption from the corner. Well headed away by Russell. It's Rivers. Oh, that's a good pass. Has he stayed onside? Hasn't. Well, there's a man down at the moment in white.
Looks like Isaiah Lee.
Not sure if he bumped into anybody. Can't remember spotting any contact. Maybe just run into exhaustion. Usually leaves you very banged up.
He has put in a shift tonight. As we see Boyce, head coach of Central Soccer World, and of course Dave Corona, who'll be the happy of the two.
Doesn't look happy though. Always wants more. But he's having a word with his captain. Wonder what he's saying. Well, Lee looks all mended. Power of H2O and a good magic spray.
These guys have certainly put on a show for the large crowd that we see here at La Horquetta. Bursting with people all around the sides. Tremendous turnout here tonight. This could be a very festive Easter here in La Horquetta.
Well, they're looking to make their evening festive, and that one was well cut out. Well thought of, though. Substitutes combining really well. Here's Lee. Got Sichuan. He gets in on the act. He's got happy feet. Then inaccurate one on that occasion. Here's Benjamin Jr. He's got Rivers. Dylan ahead of him.
He's got to stay on side.
Oh, just feel like he needed
That's a penalty. That is clumsy.
It is a penalty. Just felt like he wasn't going to get there, but he did enough to. And the Jabari Bryce, well, ill-timed challenge and going away from goal. Not what the doctor ordered, but it's a chance for Nicholas Dillon to give his team the opportunity they've been praying for.
Well, if there ever was a lifeline, it has just been supplied there. Look at this. It's going nowhere. Backwards, away from goal. And he just slides in to give away the penalty. Only one way, son, to redeem yourself.
Well, Central Air will be feeling the pressure of this decision. So too Nicholas Dillon. Oh, what a redemption! Well, they somehow managed to get it over the line and the flag stays down. So Central Soccer World are back in it. And might have been Kemuel Rivers who got the final touch. But how close was that? So close to redemption for Jabari St-Hilaire, but redemption was not to be.
It's a good save there. Poor penalty by Dillon. And look at that man, the evergreen Rivers stooping low to put it into the back of the net. I tell you, James, there was no one beating Rivers to that ball. And dare I say, game on.
Well, the fullback has put Central Soccer World back in the contest. It's all to play for here. Nerves have re-entered the arena. Terminix have seen their lead cut to 1. Central Soccer World, well, they're seeing the glass half full.
That's a good ball.
Chances opening up. Oh,
that's
goodness
a good
me.
ball. And a terrific finish.
David getting at the end of that one. And the man who made his first start this evening, well, he certainly paid the coach's confidence. But how about that for a service as well?
Well, just when you thought Central Soccer World found a lifeline, ball across, look at that for a finish, bang, into the back of the net. Thank you very much. And that man, Daniel, restoring the 2-goal advantage.
Well, Daniel David getting his first start for Larkata Rangers, and certainly one that he will remember. It's a scoring one, might be a game-winning one as well.
That was very, very sloppy by Central Soccer World. They just seemed to have clawed their way back into the game and then to give away a sloppy goal at the back post. But I think this is not over, James. We could be into for an absolute thriller here.
Well, the fans wouldn't mind, tell you that much. Is there more goals in this contest? That's well cut out. Guerra gets the assist provider, Sichuan, going. He's been absent due to injury, Sichuan. This is his first match back with the first team. And what an impact he's made as well. Oh, the white shirts, they want more. They are not contented with the 4-2 lead. Lee to Guerra. Chris Parting cut out. Benjamin Jr. Can he open some doors? Well, that door remains closed. You would need some more quality in the final third. Central Soccer World if they are to get back in this contest. We've got 9 minutes of regulation time remaining to do it.
That's a good pass.
Here's Dylan. Deflected. Josiah. Oh, that's a good looking ball. Just couldn't find its intended target. Well, he's been everywhere since coming on, haven't he? Josiah King. And they're leaving nothing to chance as that one rolls harmlessly to Sinclair. I think goalkeepers sometimes get bored in matches. Talking from my own experience. Gave away a penalty, put them back in the contest. And forthwith, they restored parity. Cicheran. Corbin rides that challenge. Russ Russell Jr.
I think he's off.
Well, the flag stays up and high as that bit of anticipation came to naught. Well, the Sportsmax app moment is up. And what a moment it was. Substitute Keyshawn Cicheran finding Daniel David. Knock, knock, who's there? Me. And the drums are going to be ponged away celebrating that one if it turns out to be the game winner. That, of course, was our Sportsmax app moment. Don't forget to download the Sportsmax app to get all of your latest content. Well, he's had a frustrating night, hasn't he? More changes as his frustrating night comes to an end. Neil Benjamin Jr. And in his place comes Isaiah Cadogan. So Cadogan comes in to replace Neil Benjamin Jr. And yet another change has been made as well. They make their fifth change. Andre Sinclair, the player coming on. Is this one last roll of the dice for Central Soccer World? Got 5 and a bit remaining. First, they've got to stop this man. Can they stop this man? Corbin, chance opening up and Lee is denied. Yes, Russ Russell Jr. Oh, he's cut out as well. The green shirts are on the attack. Can they get a goal in the closing stages of the match? Well, this one is floated in nicely for the substitute, but, well, Leslie Russell looked like Conan there. No way he was going to get around the big frame of Leslie Russell. There's his substitute. Been very busy since coming on. Not this time. Josiah King out-muscled and it's a throw.
Your thoughts on man of the match, James?
I was just about to ask you.
It's a tough one.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Of course, Isaiah Lee has been in his sparkling form again tonight. Kadeem Corbin, lively up front. Russ Russell Jr., surgeon.
Might lean towards Corbin, but it's close, it's tight. All three that you called.
And even Daniel with that crushing goal can also be at the races as well.
Tell you what, if that, I think that's a good save.
Can he finish?
He's Corbin, but he's aiming for that man of the match if he buried that one. It's a tight race at the moment. I think it's a tight one. I'm torn between Corbin and Daniel. I think Daniel getting his first start, scoring an important goal, also being involved in a lot of the attacking plays, certainly is a good candidate. First game, first goal.
I'm waiting for a word from my producer in my ear. Might be the decider.
Tiebreakers. Oh, I love tiebreakers.
There's some futures man of the matches. They look very indulged, and a man who would have seen the other side of Rangers. Suarez in goal. Has been another productive evening, for Terminix and Horquetta Rangers.
Certainly has. Like him, Andrews. He's pulling off the pitch. He's holding that hamstring. He seems to have been suffering with some sort of hamstring discomfort all tournament. It's part of the reason that he hasn't started the last two matches. Might be the end of his evening.
It's safe to say Daniel is man of the match.
And there we go. Tiebreaker.
Well, if you want to call it that, yeah.
That wasn't too hard.
Well, it hasn't been a barnstorming sort of performance by Terminix and Horquetta Rangers, and that is, of course, due to their lofty examples that they've given in the past. But that being said, you have to give them credit, James. They clawed themselves into this one in the second half with some really explosive football.
Well, chances opening up here, though. Isaiah Lee. Can they get one? Bit of icing. Ross Russell Jr. It's difficult to believe he's part of the defensive three at the back. He's been involved in so many attacking plays.
Well, maybe if he was playing for a team like Man City, you may excuse him. And he's certainly been given a license to roam. A roaming defender.
The local Jordi Alba.
Or the local João Cancelo.
Well, that's a compliment either way. Is there more chances opening up? The writing is on the wall. Inside the additional 5 minutes of injury time here. And Nicholas Dillon from distance. What a save! Jabari St-Hilaire. Well, I think he didn't have a gun, but he certainly robbed everybody of what would have been a spectacular goal from Nicholas Dillon. What a save.
Well, this is good vision by the young man. He looks up, he sees him off his line. And I tell you, St-Hilaire does well there. At the end of the day, I think that the height of it, James, may have just been good enough for a Kodak moment.
Oh, that's a good one at the far post.
Should have finished.
Is there a late charge? Or close? Not close enough? What a save that was. Too bad the Sportsmax app moment came earlier on. That certainly would have been it.
Well, I think Central Soccer World could look back at this one and believe that they would have acquitted themselves very, very well here this afternoon. I think in one or two of the moments, if they could have been a little bit better, the scoreline may have been a little bit closer. I think the question is, James, what is it going to take to stop this Terminix La Horquetta Rangers team?
Well, that's the question that all opposing coaches will have to answer. Scored 19 goals in this competition. It's the second game that we've scored 4 goals in. It's the third game that we have scored over 4 goals in. The only game we scored 1 goal was the opening match against Defence Force. And that's a rough challenge from Dylan on his former national teammate, Sicharan. Wow, he seems a tad surprised that he saw the yellow greeting card from the referee. I think it's well deserved though. Two minutes remaining in the added on time in this match. Terminix La Horquetta Rangers seem set to get the 3rd win of the competition. Yet to be beaten, the leaders. Yes, King comes off Sicharan. Oh, he's done well to keep it in. Russell. Atula Guerra. Heavy touch, but he still keeps it. It's Daniel David to Russ Russell Jr. Well, they haven't dropped their intensity as they push forward in search of perhaps one last goal. Inside the final minute. Oh, that's clever. Certainly something to give the fans to ooh about.
Done well to recover, Daniel.
Sturge. Russell. Shifted to the right-hand side. And the referee says, right, he's seen enough. As an entertaining night of football. 6 goals scored here at the La Horquetta Recreation Ground. 4 of them in favor of the home team, as Terminix La Horquetta Rangers win an exciting match by 4 goals to 2. So what an exciting match. Terminix Rangers getting a 4-2 win. Central Soccer World after a 1-1 scoreline at halftime. Well, they turned on the afterburners in the second half as this game sprung into life. Taking a look at the highlights now, Isaiah Lee started the party early, ringing the alarm. And then later on, man of the match Daniel forcing Suarez into a save. Real Gill then picked the lock, and Kadeem Corbin, well, he broke and entered to give them a 1-0 advantage. Just getting in front of Wiley. How about that for a finish? 1-0 to Kadeem Corbin. Nice link-up play. Would set it up nicely for them. No luck that time. And then this. A ram in the ticket. Johannes Richardson, the guilty party, and Kemuel Rivers sends it where the sun doesn't shine. And that made it 1 apiece. That's all the scores remained. At halftime, Kemuel Rivers, the veteran, getting on the score sheet. Later on in the match, Rangers, the header, Russ Russell Jr. And well, he huffed and he puffed, but he wouldn't be let in by the crossbar. Rivers also tried his luck from the free kick. Then Russ Russell Jr. the save. And then Atula Guerra with the feint and getting the second of the match. for Terminix Horquetta Rangers, showing all of his quality at Tulagera, and that made it 2-1. And then this moment, malfunction, and Isaiah Lee. He picks your pocket and he makes you pay. 3-1 to Terminix Rangers. Can anyone stop him from scoring, Isaiah Lee? Then some bad defending from Rivers, and chance opened up for Corbin. And again, this time Suarez coming to the rescue, the double save. And then Corbin, dangerous all evening, huffing and puffing, and Suarez had to have the fist of steel to keep that out. More chances, well, out of nothing. Nicholas Dillon, the substitute, brought down by Jabari St-Hilaire, and a chance for Central to be back in the match. A good save, but Kemuel Rivers getting his second of the evening to ensure that his team had a fighting chance. That made it 3-2. And everybody thought we were set for a thrilling finale, but just a few moments later, another substitute. At the back door, who's home? Daniel. And he pinned the donkey's tail. Made it 4-2. Was there more chances for Central? Well, Jabari St-Hilaire made sure that they were kept out, as he's kept the scoreline 4-2 in favor of his team, Horquetta Rangers. So Horquetta Rangers with 18 shots, an incredible 18 shots to 8 from Central Soccer World. 11 of those on target, while Central Soccer World only 3 shots on target, 2 of which were goals. And a match that they dominated 6-2 on corner kicks. It certainly was an exciting match. It certainly was a tough toss-up, but I think Brent Sancho is standing by with our man of the match.
Well, I'm joined here by young Daniel, of course, a man of the match for today's proceeding. Daniel, please tell us about tonight's performance, first starting with yours.
Oh, well, firstly, it was coming from the coaches. They told us to go out there and play our game from the first half.
Well, at 1-1 at halftime, I'm sure Coach had a lot to say halftime. What you thought was the difference in the second half as opposed to the first half, of course, eventually making Terminix Horquetta Rangers the winners?
Oh, well, in the first half, we wasn't communicating enough. So, second half, our coach tell us go out and press the ball and communicate better.
Well, it was an impressive performance by yourself, of course, in the middle of the park. And I now present you with the man of the match performance. Congratulations, Daniel, as we move on. As we now, of course, have a brief conversation with Coach Boyce of Central Soccer World, and of course his thoughts on tonight's proceedings. Coach Boyce, of course, not the kind of result you would have wanted tonight. You talked a lot about discipline leading into this game. Where do you think things unraveled for you in tonight's fixture?
I think we had a good first half. Second half, a lot of little errors and little indisciplines, and so we have some areas to tighten up going forward. I still believe the boys play a good game. They stick to the plan tactically, but some individual mistakes and errors that we have to work on still.
Well, at 1-1 going into the half, you would have felt that you could have gone on to get something out of this game. What was your message for your team at halftime?
Well, the plan into the whole game was to definitely, stay on the ball as much as possible. Second half was kind of the same. We know they would have come out playing higher up the field, a little more aggressive. But I think the pace in which they come out playing with, that was a little tricky for us for the first 8 minutes of the game. So I think in that aspect, we faltered there.
Well, of course, Coach Boyce, it was a creditable performance by your Chargers, and certainly something to look forward to in the rest of the tournament. Congratulations on tonight's performance. Unfortunate with the result, and we look forward to seeing you and your team in the near future. Of course, now we have the winning coach for Terminix Horquetta Rangers, Dave Kwamina.
Yes, good night.
So, of course, Coach Kwamina, another result, another 3 points. Talk us through tonight's game.
Okay, let me start by saying kudos to the CSW team. They have a very experienced players and a good coach. The plan was to win the game first, which we did. as you could see, anybody watching the game, you could see it was a very intense game. They made us work extremely hard, and I just want to pick up the staff and the coach at the CSW team, and I think they'll go far in the league.
Well, of course, at 1-1 at halftime, what was your message to your Chargers going into the second half?
Just to keep the intensity up. Keep playing. They matched us. They had spurts in certain 5-minute spurts. They had possession of the ball. We just say we'll try to keep the intensity up, and at the end we came out on top.
So, of course, final question: what's next for Terminix La Horquetta Rangers? Of course, on top of the league, maintaining first place.
Yes. As you know, all the teams come to play. It's not easy league. All the teams are good players. It's an intense league, and we'll try to see if we could win every game, or at least draw. Otherwise, we can't say nothing. It's a good experience to see teams like this team tonight come and push us.
Well, congratulations again, Coach Kwamina, flying on top of the league so far, and of course, all the best to you and Terminix La Horquetta Rangers for the rest of the Ascension tournament.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Of course, as we now introduce the Campari Player of the Week, a presentation that would go to that man of Rangers, Terminix La Horquetta Rangers, Isaiah Lee, of course, with a hat-trick against Moruga FC. He was in fine feckle, placing this one into the back of the net. And that, folks, is your Campari Player of the Week. $500 to that man, Isaiah Lee, all courtesy of Campari. Back up to my good friend, James Saunders.
Well, thanks so much, Brent Sancho, having all the fun as usual, meeting with all the top performers in tonight's match, and it certainly was a wonderful evening, bringing all of the action to you here on Sportsmax and the CCN TV6 in Trinidad and Tobago. So it's party time here as we remind you of the score. The home team Terminix La Horquetta Rangers winning this contest by 4-2 against Central Soccer World. We certainly had lots of fun bringing all of the action to you, and until next time, catch you later. Have a great evening.